Chapter 2287. A green snake, hidden in the weeds, was getting closer and closer to the retreating Zichin. In the end, the two sides were only 2 meters apart. This was already within the attack range of the green snake. Zichin stood in place, not daring to move. The cold sweat on his forehead was not because he was afraid of Hort, but because he was worried that the green snake behind him would suddenly attack. Fortunately, the green snake seemed to be too cautious and did not immediately attack. Hort stabbed with his sword. Zichin stepped on the ground, and the ground shook. The moment he rose into the air, the frightened green snake launched an attack. This attack went straight for him, but he left, and Hort came with his sword. Seeing the green snake in front of him, his face changed dramatically. After living here for more than 2 months, he naturally knew the horror of the green snake. His heart was frightened, but he was not afraid, nor did he panic. The sword in his hand fell, and the green snake was cut in half. Looking at the green snake that was cut in half so easily, a sneer appeared on Hort's face again. He was very satisfied with the sharpness of the dagger. Zichin, who was retreating, was also sneering. The other side really had no common sense. Without the soul to destroy the green snake's soul, it was impossible to kill a green snake. Sure enough, the second half of the green snake fell to the ground, struggling and twisting, while the first half continued to move forward and bit Hort's wrist. Ah! Hort screamed in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell out of his hand. Zichin, who was retreating, kicked a tree that was not very thick. In the outside world, Zichin's foot would instantly collapse this tree. However, in this world, this tree had an unimaginable defense. After his foot landed, a powerful rebounding force was emitted. Borrowing this force, Zichin's figure charged forward once again. Then he flew high into the air and kicked Huate Tang Mi's face. Bang! After being kicked in the cheek, Huate Tang Mi's body flew out diagonally. His face was already black, showing signs of being poisoned. Zichin landed on the ground and rolled back to the middle of the mountain path, avoiding the snakehead. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Just at this moment, an ice-cold shout rang out. It was the old man who was confronting the old man. He rushed over. The long sword in his hand flashed. The old man didn't dare to take it head-on, so he dodged to the side. When he turned around and saw that the battle had already ended, his face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, he did not expect that the battle would end in such a way. The old man didn't attack Zichin. Instead, he rushed toward Hort Tommy. When he arrived in front of the other party, he saw that the other party was already poisoned and was exhaling more than he was exhaling. He immediately bent down and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He poured out a dark and swarthy medicinal pill and stuffed it into Hort's mouth. The medicinal pill looked ugly, but its effect was surprisingly good. As soon as it entered his stomach, Hort's stomach rolled, and he coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. After coughing up the blood, some of the poison on Hort's face was removed, but it was not completely removed. His life was still in danger. Without saying a word, the old man picked up Huate Tang Mi and rushed forward at the same time. After quickly kicking away half of the snake's head, the short sword flew up and was caught by him in his hand. He didn't even care about the bamboo basket containing the herbs and rushed down the mountain. "Zichin, just you wait. Huate Tang Mi, will definitely pay you back tenfold for what you did to me today." When the old man rushed down the mountain, Hort Tommy's weak voice rang out. "I'll wait for you. You'd better call your other 4 companions here. I'll kill them all." Rushing toward the figure fleeing down the mountain, Zichin laughed and said, "Your herbs are good. They can be sold for a good price. I'll keep them. The bamboo basket is also good. Thank you." Hearing this, Hort Tommy coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Brat, your luck is a little too good." The old man picked up the pickaxe again and went forward to pick up the bamboo basket. He looked at the herbs inside and said, "Senior, this is not luck. This is perception, Ziqin said seriously. The old man curled his lips. He didn't believe that Ziqin could perceive anything here. He asked casually, "Do you have a grudge with that guy just now?" "I don't have a grudge with him. I have a grudge with the Hort family." "Oh, tell me about it." The old man sat down next to the bamboo basket and took a sip from the wine gourd on his waist. "Aren't we going to mine?" Ziqin asked doubtfully. The old man pointed at the herbs in the bamboo basket with satisfaction and said, "These are good stuff. It's enough for us to enjoy a few days of leisure." Knowing the old man's temperament, Ziqin also sat down at the side. His eyes were fixed on the struggling snake's tail and head as he said, "Back then, when we were in the Star Passage, we had just gained control of a star region. In the end, someone who called himself the Huote clan came. That was when our grudge was formed. Then Ziqin talked about what happened in the Star Passage. He talked about how they entered the Hort family center and robbed hundreds of planets. In the end, he talked about how the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others intimidated those people and made them return in embarrassment. The old man, who had been somewhat interested earlier, was quietly listening. His originally nonchalant expression was slowly disappearing. He was of course familiar with the people Ziqin mentioned. Although he didn't fight side by side with them, their names were like thunder to his ears. Those people were all great saints, the top group of people on the Life Star. "You're amazing. You know some big shots. What about you? What's your background?" The old man pretended to be indifferent. To be able to know those people, Ziqin's background was obviously not ordinary. "I don't have any background. If you want to talk about identity, I'm a heaven-defying one," Ziqin said. The old man's indifferent expression disappeared, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. "Heaven-defying one? You're a heaven-defying one?" Ziqin nodded and said, "Unfortunately, all energy is suppressed here. Otherwise, I could use the heaven-defying energy to prove it. Since you're a heaven-defying one, why did the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others let you come here? Even if they don't know the situation here, they should have heard that this area can only be entered but not exited. This is the promise I made to the Jiatu family. They helped me build a teleportation formation to fight against the foreign races. I helped them come here and take a saint weapon out. Did you come with them? In that case, you're only a saint." The old man's expression changed again. "Yes, Senior, don't you know?" "No, my ass. There's no perception here. How can I know your realm? Saint, you're actually a saint. Since you came in with others, it's possible for you to get out." The old man's expression became much more serious. He looked at Ziqin and said seriously, "Kid, since that's the case, you can't waste too much time here. You have to hurry to town. When you get there, think of a way to go to that city and try your luck there. Only then can you leave." As he spoke, the old man stood up and said, "Let's go and continue mining. Didn't we stop mining today? At first, I thought you were the same as me and would never have a chance to get out. But you're different. The way you came in is different from mine. There's a high chance that you can get out. Now, you have to hurry up and bring some black iron so that you can find a way to survive in town." After saying that, the old man picked up the bamboo basket and went up the mountain. "Leave that for me. I'll carry it," Ziqin shouted. Then he stepped forward and touched the snake's head, which had been motionless for a long time, with a pickaxe. When he found that there was no reaction from the snake, he carefully picked it up and threw it into the bamboo basket with the snake's tail. The old man, who was about to go up the mountain, looked back and said, "It's highly poisonous. If you're not afraid of death, you can stew it." He thought that Ziqin wanted to stew it. Ziqin didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "I need it for something important." On the same day, Ziqin returned to his residence. After the old man fell asleep, he put the snake's head and body on the ground in front of him. With a flash of light, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. He had asked the old man about weapons. Although most of the things in the outside world couldn't leave the slightest trace in this world and would turn into dust the next day, Some strange things were an exception. For example, the rules here couldn't erase saint-level things. He took out the long saber. Without any energy, he couldn't use the invincible saber drawing technique. Fortunately, he could still pull it out. So he pulled out the hilt bit by bit. The broken saber appeared. It was dark like black iron. In this world, this powerful holy weapon, called saber, seemed ordinary. The saber spirit in the middle didn't have any reaction. Just as Zichen held the broken saber and looked at it carefully, the broken saber suddenly lit up. Then a ball of light appeared on the broken saber and went toward Zichen's sea of consciousness. The ball of light easily entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. His soul perception was blocked, so Zichen put all his attention on his mind. His mind started to light up. The ball of light dispersed, and a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. 9 Extremes Saber Technique. The moment this voice sounded, Zichen's sea of consciousness had new memory. It was a saber technique. Only by using the saber could one perfectly display the saber mantra in the world. Zichen closed his eyes and carefully read these memories. The appearance of this saber technique surprised Zichen. That night, Zichen didn't sleep. However, his mental state was very good, just like when he was in the outside world. When the sky was about to brighten, he opened his eyes and looked at the broken saber in his hand. Then, he looked at the snake head in front of him. After this day, Zichen had a strip-shaped object wrapped in coarse cloth on his back. Even the old man didn't know what it was. He carried it on his back all day and went to the mine to dig. After knowing Zichen's identity, the old man became very diligent. He brought back his harvest every day and didn't change his drink. In his words, he was accumulating wealth for Zichen to enter the town. The old man became energetic. He placed all his hopes on Zichen. On a new day, Zichen dug out 2 pieces of black iron in the mine, which was more than 100 meters deep. The harvest was not small. After Zichen rested, the old man took the pickaxe and went forward. As the pickaxe went down, a sonorous sound was heard. Clang! The entire mine shone brightly. Chapter 2288. The entire cave was filled with a black light. The light was pure black, but it was very bright. This was pure black and bright. A pile of rocks fell, and at the place where the rocks fell, there was a palm-sized stone. The pure black light came from this stone. With just one look, Zichen knew that this was a valuable item. Its quality was much higher than the black iron from before. Just as Zichen was about to go forward and take a look, he heard the old man's dignified voice. "Go and block the entrance." His voice was low, and his expression was very dignified. Zichen, who had experienced many things, knew very well what this expression meant. He wondered if there was such a thing as killing and robbing in this world, but he did not stop and dashed towards the entrance of the cave. He had to block the entrance of the cave in the shortest time possible. The sound of metal clanging could be heard when he was moving at high speed, but suddenly it stopped. The huge cave suddenly became dead silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Zichen knew that something was wrong. It was obvious that the black light had shone outside. No matter how fast he could not be faster than the real light. He slowed down as he moved forward. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw a strong man standing there with a pickaxe. His pair of burning eyes were fixed on the entrance of the cave. Zichen had seen this strong man before. He was from the same village as him, and he lived in a stone house. It was obvious that he lived a good life. His upper body was bare, and the bulging muscles on his body made him look strong and powerful. Beside him, Zichen could see 2 old men. Their eyes were originally filled with weariness, but now it was different. Their eyes were shining brightly. Zichen, who had slowed down, stopped when he was 5 meters away from the entrance of the cave and looked ahead vigilantly. He believed that there must be other miners beside these 3 people, in places where he could not see. Under the black light, Zichen, who was wearing a patched robe, had a distorted face. "Little doll, did you find anything good in here?" To people like them who had lived here for a long time, Zichen, who had only been here for a little over 2 months, was indeed a little child, not worth mentioning at all. Zichen stared at him in silence. "Hee, did you discover the sacred black crystal?" the muscular man asked again. His eyes flashed with greed. Zichen still didn't respond. The black light behind him grew stronger and stronger. "Are you mute? Do you believe I won't tear you apart?" The burly man's face sank when he saw Zichen remain silent. His greedy eyes revealed a wisp of icy cold, killing intent. As he spoke, the burly man took a step forward. Although he didn't suppress his aura, Zichen felt a sense of pressure. Just like a child encountering an adult with a gloomy face, it was inevitable that he would feel fear. "Wu-Lu, don't bully the child. Come at me if you dare." An old but cold voice sounded from behind Zichen, an old man with a bamboo basket on his back, 2 pickaxes in his right hand, and a crystal larger than an adult's palm in his left hand walked out. When the burly man named Wu-Lu's gaze fell on the crystal, he couldn't look away. Soon after, several more heads appeared in Zichen's line of sight. When they saw the crystal in the old man's hand, they all revealed excited expressions, their eyes flashing with greed. The old man calmly walked in front of Zichen and handed the smaller pickaxes to Zichen. "Little guy, remember, no matter what, you can't throw away this thing in your hand. This is the foundation of our survival." Zichen nodded and solemnly accepted the pickaxes. His heart, which wasn't very nervous, calmed down. Amidst this calmness, there was even a little bit of excitement. This excitement came from the depths of his heart about the battle that was about to break out. The old man took a step forward. His short stature completely blocked Zichen's path. With his back facing Zichen, he looked at those people and said, "Don't make things difficult for a child. Old man, let's cut the crap. According to the rules, everyone has a share." The burly man said as he raised the pickaxes in his hands and pointed at the old man. "That's right, old man. Everyone has a share." An old man next to him said, "It's rare for you to have such a great harvest over the years. It's only right that you give us a share," another person said. When he saw the 3 people who had spoken, the old man shook his head and said, "Everyone has a share." "Since when is this a rule?" "Wu-Lu, if I remember correctly, you dug up a piece of sacred black crystal and used it to exchange for a stone house. Did you give us a share?" "And the 2 of you, Perry Della, since you came here, you have also dug up sacred black crystals, right? However, I don't think you've shared them with everyone, right?" "That's not the same. The sacred black crystal I dug up last time was only as thick as a finger. It simply wasn't enough to share." As Wu-Lu spoke, the 2 people next to him nodded. The old man named Della said, "Old man, everyone has been mining here for the past few years and has lived in harmony. If you had only obtained a little bit of sacred black crystal, we wouldn't have said anything. However, the sacred black crystal you obtained today is too big. The value of such a large piece is simply immeasurable. Aren't you ashamed to take it all for yourself? Everyone has been mining together for the past few years. You all know what kind of person I am. I don't care about these things. Normally, I wouldn't mind, but this is definitely not the case today. This belongs to this little fellow and can only belong to him. He has to leave this place," the old man said as he looked at these people. "What? Give it to him? Old man, are you crazy?" Wu-Lu was stunned as he stared at Zichen in disbelief. He's still young. His future achievements are limitless. He can't be like us and stay here forever, the old man said seriously. "Old man, I didn't expect you to be so noble. No wonder you've been here for so many years and haven't taken a step forward. There aren't many people left at the same time as you, right?" A trace of ridicule appeared on Wu-Lu's face. "Since you're so noble, then take care of me. Speaking of which, you should be very clear about my potential. I'm much stronger than this little child. If you give the sacred black crystal to him, he'll only die faster. If you give it to me, I'll still remember your kindness." Looking at the old man's indifferent expression, Wu Lu sneered and said, "Old man, if you really can't make up your mind, then I'll help you. As long as I kill this little child, you'll decisively hand over the sacred black crystal." The old man looked at Wu Lu but didn't say anything. He turned to the others and said, "What about you guys? Do you all have the same idea?" The others felt uncomfortable being stared at by the old man. But when they saw the huge piece of sacred black crystal in the old man's hand, their expressions became serious. One of the old men said, "Old man, if there is wealth, everyone should share it. Your actions are too selfish. Today, you have to give us the sacred black crystal. Then we'll share it equally." The old man looked at them and nodded. The others immediately looked happy as they thought the old man had agreed. Unexpectedly, the old man turned around and put down the bamboo basket. At the same time, he handed the sacred black crystal to Ziqin and said, "I haven't exercised my body for many years. Today I can do it. I'm rusty with the mining technique I created that year. Today I can practice it." Ziqin received the sacred black crystal with both hands. It was heavy, much heavier than he had expected. Besides his own weight, the old man's protectiveness was even heavier. He didn't know the old man's name, but he had protected him like that. Was it because he was the one who defied the natural order of the life star? But this old man had been separated from the life star for a long time. Let alone the life star, perhaps the entire martial warrior family had forgotten about him. Along the way, Shi Yan had seen all kinds of shameless people. He had seen all kinds of reasons to kill people to steal their treasures. Thus, he wasn't angry at these shameless people. Because he had killed so many people like this, he didn't mind killing more. What he cared about was the old man's attitude and his protectiveness. As he didn't want to break the old man's protectiveness, Ziqin nodded and said, "Okay, today I'll be a spectator." The old man turned around, walking out of the mine with the pickaxe in his hand. At the moment he walked out of the mine, 2 pickaxes attacked him from the sides. Their speed was really fast. They were the 2 men who had been hiding on both sides of the mine. The old man raised the pickaxe in his hand. Along with the clanging sound, he had stopped the falling pickaxe. Then the old man raised his legs and kicked the 2 of them away. "Go to hell." In front of him, Ulu's eyes sparkled with cold light. The pickaxe in his hand drew an arc in the air, slashing toward the old man. The old man bent his waist, dodging the attack. Then he used the pickaxe to hit Ulu's body, pushing him backward. Then the old man spun on the spot and threw a punch. The pickaxe drew a circle, blocking all the attacks coming from the surroundings. Ziqin watched the battle in silence. The old man's control of his power was perfect. His moves were also ingenious. The heavy pickaxe in his hand was as light as a feather. The nearby miners also had good control of their power. However, during the battle, they couldn't get close to the old man. They were blown away, and some of them even coughed up blood. The pickaxe in the old man's hand danced like the wind, stirring up the water. The people around were struggling. However, these people's bodies were really tough. After they were knocked down, they could stand up again. They didn't have any wounds. After shaking their heads, they were lively again. On the other hand, the old man's stamina was rapidly depleting as he fought against several people. His attacks were no longer as sharp as before. He switched from attacking to defending, and then to borrowing the force to dodge. However, for the time being, he had not lost yet. Ziqin placed the bamboo basket on the ground and put the sacred black crystal inside. He leaned the pickaxe against the bamboo basket and placed his right hand on his back. Chapter 2289. The battle ahead was still ongoing. The old man was very strong, but he was no match for the combined forces of the miners. The battlefield was slowly moving into the distance. The old man was discreetly creating an opportunity for Ziqin to escape. But if Zichun ran, the old man's life would be in danger. Zichun would not run, and he could not run. He could not implicate the old man who had treated him well. The cloth strip in his hand had been untied, revealing the black scabbard. He grabbed the scabbard with his left hand and stood up again. He looked out of the cave with a cold gaze. The miners fighting were all Saint Kings. They could even be said to be Saint Kings with saint-level physical bodies. Their physical bodies were very tough. It was difficult to hurt each other with pickaxes. Every time the old man knocked them down, they could stand up again and charge at the old man with vigor. The old man had exhausted too much of his physical strength. His footsteps were no longer vigorous, and his reaction speed had decreased. During this time he was hit by the attacks of Ulu and the others. He was at a complete disadvantage. Soon he would be defeated and his life would be in danger. Zichun turned around, took out the sacred black crystal from the bamboo basket, and threw it out of the cave. He stood beside the cave and said to the people fighting in the distance, "If you want the sacred black crystal, come and get it." As he spoke, Zichun walked out of the cave. His left hand held the scabbard on his back. These people were fighting the old man for the sacred black crystal. Now that they saw this young man take the initiative to throw it out, their eyes flashed with greed. "Get lost." Ulu saw Zichun walk up to the sacred black crystal. A cold light flashed in his greedy eyes. He gave up on the old man and roared at Zichun. He rushed over. He gripped the pickaxe tightly in his hand, and the veins on his arm bulged. After quickly arriving in front of Zichun, he raised the pickaxe high and smashed it at Zichun. Although the old man intended to intercept the others, there were still a few who managed to get past him and head towards Zichun. They were only slightly slower than Wulu. Looking at this powerful strike, Zichun's expression didn't change at all. His right foot moved a step to the right, and the left hand behind his back and the scabbard appeared in front of him. His body leaned to the right, and his right hand landed on the hilt of his sword. The pickaxe in Wulu's hand brushed past the corner of Zichun's clothes and smashed down. Swoosh! His left arm, which had been slightly shaken, did not move at all. Zichun exerted force with his right hand and pulled out his saber from its sheath. Here, energy couldn't be used, and Zichun couldn't display his stunning knife drawing technique. However, he could still exert strength, so his action of pulling out the saber was still very elegant. When he pulled out the saber, a black light flashed on the broken saber. Without the saber light, the power of the saber could be ignored. However, Zichun was not simply unsheathing his saber. While he was unsheathing his saber, he continued to exert force in his right arm. The black, broken saber slashed diagonally upwards. It was as if it could lift the sky. It extended from Wulu's left abdomen to his right shoulder. Wulu's clothes, which were also patched up, were instantly torn apart by the saber. The defense around his body, which was so strong that even the pickaxe couldn't break through, was instantly cut open by the broken saber. This saber move was an advanced version of the knife drawing technique. It was somewhat similar to the essence of the knife drawing technique that Zichun had comprehended. However, it was much more powerful than the original knife drawing technique. This was because this was the extreme knife drawing technique recorded in the Ninth Heaven saber technique. This saber move was an offensive move, and there was no return. The broken saber in his hand was no longer sheathed in an instant like before. Instead, it was pointing diagonally at the sky, flowing with black light. Wulu's attack missed, and his body froze on the spot. He stared blankly at the cut on his body, his eyes full of disbelief. This young fellow, who he had never taken seriously, had actually taken out a weapon and broken through his defense so easily. Even the old man hadn't been able to obtain a weapon all these years. He had once had the opportunity to obtain a weapon, but he had chosen the stone house. Weapons were useless, and he wouldn't be able to fight anyone there. However, today, when he saw the long wound on his body, regret appeared in his heart for the first time. However, What made him regret even more was the black blood that flowed out of the wound. His body couldn't help but sway, and he felt dizzy. You! He looked at Zi-chan in disbelief. At that moment, his expression was full of shock and intense fear. Zi-chan, who was holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken saber in his right, didn't pay any attention to Wu Lu. Instead, he took a step sideways and bypassed the other party. The broken saber in his hand didn't return to the scabbard. Instead, he slashed forward. The second person who appeared in front of him was Perry. When the other party saw the broken saber in Zi-chan's hand, he was clearly shocked. At the same time, he changed his attack to a block. In this world, a weapon was a very high-level item. Compared to the lowest level of pickaxes, it was much more advanced. Whoosh! As the broken saber slashed down, there seemed to be a faint flash of black light. The pickaxe in Perry's hand immediately split into two. At the same time, the broken saber slashed down and cut open the other party's forehead. Perry's movements froze. Zi-chen's face was expressionless. His body, along with the broken saber, turned in a circle at the same time. The broken saber and his body drew an arc in the air. Within this arc, Zi-chen dodged Della's attack. Following that, the broken saber cut off the other party's arm that was holding the pickaxe. With a cry of alarm, Della held the broken arm with one hand, allowing the blood to gush out as he retreated in horror. This scene happened almost instantaneously. By the time the others reacted, Zi-chen had already taken 3 steps forward, leaving Ulu and Perry behind. His eyes stared indifferently at Della. The latter was terrified and kept retreating. The others who reacted had already stopped in their tracks. They looked at the cold Zi-chen in horror. Not far ahead, the other people who were fighting with the old man also stopped and looked over in shock. The little guy that they did not take seriously at first had defeated 3 people in an instant. The old man was also shocked. He knew that Zi-chen carried something wrapped in cloth all day long, but he did not know what it was. He did not expect it to be a broken saber that had been baptized by the rules of this place. Its quality was extraordinary. After glancing at these people indifferently, Zi-chen turned around with the saber in his hand. He walked past Perry and came to stand behind Ulu. At this moment, Ulu's body was suffused with a black light. The poison that was smeared on the blade had begun to invade his heart meridian. He trembled as he took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He poured out the only elixir from it and was about to put it into his mouth. As long as he took the elixir in time, his life would be saved. As for the wound on his body, it was not a fatal injury. With his strong physical body, he could completely recover. However, before he could put the elixir into his mouth, he heard a cold voice behind him. "This elixir is useless to you. Don't waste it." Ulu was heavily poisoned and his movements were slow. He did not know what was happening behind him, but he knew that it was a very bad thing. It could even endanger his life. He did not know what was happening behind him, but the others behind him saw it clearly. They saw Zi-chen raise the broken saber that had not been sheathed and slash at Ulu's neck without hesitation. It was as easy and casual as cutting melons in grass. Puff! With a soft sound, a head flew up. Blood spurted from the headless body. The broken saber returned to its scabbard in an instant. Zi-chen stepped forward and grabbed the broken saber that was about to spurt blood. His figure quickly moved away. 2 drops of blood stained his patched robes, corroding 2 small holes in them. The entire mine was dead silent. Only the sound of blood spurting could be heard. Ulu had become a headless corpse. Perry stood there motionless. The visible skin on his body had turned pitch black. After about 3 breaths, his body fell backward. 3 people, 2 dead. In addition to the poison, Perry's fatal wound was the saber wound from between his eyebrows to his cheek. Della, who had fallen backward, was still alive. However, he had lost an arm. Moreover, the poison had begun to invade his body. His skin was faintly pitch black. "Poison! His saber is poisoned!" he shouted in horror. However, his eyes looked around with a pleading look. Losing an arm would not kill him. As long as the poison was detoxified, his life would not be in danger. However, at this moment, the people who had been fighting side by side with him subconsciously avoided his gaze. Let's not talk about whether or not these people had the antidote. Even if they did, they would keep it for themselves. Who would be willing to give it to others? Chen grabbed the scabbard and looked indifferently at Della. He had an antidote in his hand, but Della clearly did not have the guts to ask for it. The old man was astonished by Chen's combat strength. Although he had not seen it before, he had been able to guess how Chen had attacked and how his footwork had changed based on the traces left behind on the battlefield. It had to be said that Luo Yunyang had a very good grasp of combat. He was also very skilled in controlling his strength. If one were to treat such a person as a newcomer to this place, they would be courting death. Save me, old man, save me. I don't want the sacred black crystal anymore. From now on, everything I have is yours. My life is also yours. Della, who had been poisoned, did not want to die. When he saw the old man, he immediately knelt down and begged as if he had found a life-saving straw. The old man stood where he was. The pickaxe in his hand was still mottled with blood. He looked coldly at Della, who was begging for mercy, and did not say a word. He was not a miner. He was a saint king. He was a decisive existence. Although his days as a miner had worn away his spirit, today his bloodthirst had been completely aroused. The coldness in his heart was also revealed. Being kind to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Della collapsed in fear. Even when he died, no one came to his aid. Perhaps it was because they did not want to, or perhaps it was because they did not dare. Chapter 2290. The originally inconspicuous little fellow had suddenly turned into a demon with fangs. The other miners were frightened and subconsciously retreated. To be able to change their fates, the holy black crystal was precious. However, no matter how precious it was not as precious as their lives. They had been trapped here for so many years, living like the lowest level of mortals. How big of a difference was there between this and the high and mighty life of a saint king? But they still chose to live like this. They did not choose to give up. In their hearts, their lives were more important than anything else. Looking at Chen, they began to retreat. They retreated in a very orderly manner, as if they were watching out for the black snake that might appear. Chen did not stop these people. If they were in the outside world, they would all be strong cultivators. Even in this world, they were at the bottom, but they still had strong physical bodies. If it were not for the sharpness of the broken sword, not only would they have been safe, but even he and the old man would have died here. Everyone retreated. Seeing that Chen did not chase after them, they did not continue mining in the mine. Perhaps it was because they were too scared, but they all turned and left the mine. The old man came forward. He looked a bit messy, but his smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. When he came in front of Chen, he nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad at all. I almost died here, but you seem to be very happy." Chen walked back into the mine and wrapped the cloth around the broken knife. The old man followed him into the mine. It was rare for him to carry the bamboo basket. He did not hide his smile. "Of course I am happy. We have gained a lot today. Plus, I have good news for you. We are moving." "Move?" Chen was a little startled when he heard that. The old man pointed at the dead Wu Lu and said with a smile, "Among these people, Wu Lu is quite famous. He obtained a piece of sacred black crystal. Although it wasn't big as he said, those people tried to snatch it, but it wasn't directly related to its size. Back then, he used that holy crow crystal to trade for a stone house like this. I was jealous of him for a long time. Now that you have killed him, his belongings belong to us. So we can move." "Does no one care about this place?" Chen asked with confusion. Who would care about the people at the bottom? Here, whoever had the biggest fist was the law. Whoever had more money would be the one in the right. "Let's go. Today's harvest is not small. Let's go back and move." The old man carried the bamboo basket, looking very proud. There's nothing in that lousy house. What else is there to move? Zichen muttered. That makes sense. Wu Lu's residence must have everything. Let's not move and go directly to Wu Lu's residence. When they went down the mountain, they didn't encounter anything else. On the contrary, after returning to the village, Zichen discovered that many of the villagers, who were rarely seen on normal days, had appeared at this moment. Moreover, their gazes all landed on the bamboo basket behind the old man. The bamboo basket was also made of special materials. Its weight was beyond imagination, and it was also very tough. It seems that the news has already spread. Zichen's expression turned cold as he walked into the village. You didn't kill everyone, so it's natural that the news was leaked. However, these people aren't stupid. They won't do something like throwing away their lives in vain. The old man seemed very calm. Although he didn't greet others wherever he went, his expression was very relaxed. Moreover, the place he went was not his own residence, but one of the few stone houses in this village. During this period, Zichen saw Jia Tu and Huang Tu and nodded to the other party. The latter obviously didn't understand the situation here, but he could sense the hostility of these people, so there was a hint of worry in his eyes when he looked at Zichen. Hey, blacksmith, I'm moving. If you have time, come to my house for a drink. The old man said to the blacksmith beside Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. He was the only blacksmith in the village. The black iron that Zichen and the others exchanged was all from the blacksmith. Moving, where are you moving to? There shouldn't be any houses built here recently, right? The blacksmith frowned and said, although he had a deal with the old man, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. The other party shouldn't have greeted him like this. In this world, most people were strangers to each other. Wu Lu gave me the stone house. I'm moving there. The old man smiled proudly. Hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the others around him changed. There was also a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at the old man. Obviously, Wu Lu Luaning gave the most valuable house to the old man. On the other hand, it meant that Wu Lu was already dead. You really need to change that old house of yours. Otherwise, the wind at night will definitely blow you away. The blacksmith replied, then turned around and walked towards his residence. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you coming in to forge? Jia Tu and Huang Tu were stunned. Then they smiled apologetically at Zichen and turned to enter the room. Soon, the sound of hammering iron could be heard from inside. The expressions of the surrounding villagers kept changing as they watched the two of them leave. They had heard the news earlier that the old man had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal, which was very valuable. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, when they saw the bamboo basket, they were sure that the news was true. Moreover, Wu Lu was dead, which proved that the news was true. However, because of Wu Lu's death, they were afraid and didn't dare to act rashly. No one was in charge here, so there were naturally no rules. However, everyone cherished their lives. They didn't know how Wu Lu died, so they naturally didn't know the old man, so they could only watch quietly. In the blacksmith shop, Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had successfully advanced from igniter to apprentice, asked while selecting high-quality black iron, Ancestor, could that news be true? I hope it's false. If it's really a piece of sacred black crystal the size of a human head, then the two of them won't live to see tomorrow. The blacksmith sneered. How is that possible? When those people heard the news of Wu Lu's death, they were all frightened. Jia Tu and Huang Tu put down the black iron in their hands and looked at the blacksmith in confusion. There are several villages within a radius of dozens of miles. Wu Lu's death can scare the people in this village, but it can't scare the others. The blacksmith shook his head and said, A piece of sacred black crystal can even tempt me, let alone the others. Then what should we do? Wu Lu was bewildered, asking worriedly, What should we do? It's their business. It has nothing to do with us. Anyway, we didn't snatch it. It's already giving the old man enough face. The blacksmith snorted and said, "Although we're all trapped here and can't get out, we still have different factions in our hearts. The old man came from the Life Star. It's not a secret. This time he got such a big harvest. He can only blame his bad luck." Looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tu's changing faces, the blacksmith warned them, "Kid, I'm telling you, don't meddle in other people's business. This kind of thing isn't something we can participate in. Perhaps Jia Tu's people will be implicated. Zichen came with us this time. He's one of Jia Tu's people. If something like this happens, should we just stand and watch?" said Jia Tu and Huang Tuesday. "It's true that he came with us, but he's not one of Jia Tu's people. Remember, it has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to learn everything here and then go to the town to find a way to survive." Then the blacksmith's smithy resounded again. It seemed the blacksmith had made up his mind. Even if the sky outside collapsed, it had nothing to do with him. They came to Wu Lu's stone house. Indeed, it had everything they needed. Although it wasn't a big house, it was much better than the old man's house. The old man was very satisfied with this. Zichen, who was sitting at the side, suddenly thought of something and said, "Wait, my black iron is still hidden under the room. Could someone have stolen it? It's a secret place. No one should have stolen it, right?" said the old man after thinking for a while. "But what if someone stole it? We've been saving it for a long time," said Zichen worriedly. "Yeah, it makes sense. We don't need to go to that shabby house anymore. We should take it back." The old man nodded. Zichen was about to stand up. Most of the things in that house were his harvest. Of course, he couldn't just throw them away. "Let me go. There's a lot of things. It won't be easy for you to carry them alone." As he spoke, the old man put the empty bamboo basket back on his back and walked out of the stone house. Zichen didn't refuse. Watching the old man leave, he sat down on a stone bench and took out the scabbard on his back. He grabbed a dead green snake. He had killed this green snake when he left the mountain. Zichen, who had been through many battles, knew very well how great the effects of a good item could be. Some people would stop because of reason, but others would go crazy because of greed. Carefully smearing the poison on the broken blade, Zichen thought back to the previous battle. He was able to easily kill 3 Saint Kings. It wasn't because he was powerful, but because the broken blade was sharp enough. The environment here limited the Saint King's battle prowess. Without sharp weapons, it was difficult for them to fight each other to the death. But with sharp weapons, they could easily break through their defenses. The only thing the Saint Kings relied on was useless, so they naturally died. Of course, the green snake's poison also played an important role in ending the battle so quickly. Even Saint Kings could be poisoned to death. It seemed that this green snake, known as a divine snake, was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it was only its poison that was strong. It was lacking in other aspects, so it was easy to deal with. Just as he smeared all the poison in the green snake's body on the blade, Zichen heard commotion outside. He raised his head in confusion, preparing to go out and investigate. Chapter 2291. Where there were cultivators, there would be strife. Where there were strife, there would be factions. No matter where you put it, there would be no mistake. In this village, the rather famous Ulu had died, causing the other villagers to feel apprehensive and not dare to have any ideas about the sacred black crystal. But the villagers of the other villages did not fear this. The miners that had left had also come from the nearby villages. The news that Zichen had obtained a large piece of sacred black crystal had naturally spread, causing these people to rush over. Some of them had come to watch the show, while others had ulterior motives. At the very front was the old man that Zichen had met once before. He came from the Hort clan, and at his side was the still very weak Hort Tongmi. As an alchemist, Hort Dices was one of the wealthiest people in these villages. Ordinary black iron that could only sustain the livelihood of the miners was beneath his notice. But a large piece of sacred black crystal was another matter altogether. Of course, the sacred black crystal was only secondary. Taking advantage of this opportunity to exterminate the old man was his true intention. In the distance, he saw the old man carrying his bamboo basket as he walked out of the rundown house. He called out from the distance. The old man turned around and fled like a mouse seeing a cat. The chase brought them to the outside of the stone house. The old man ran into the stone house and instantly closed the door, hiding like a turtle. No matter how they called out, he did not come out. Looking at the closed door of the stone house, they seemed very helpless. In this world, everything was far beyond the imagination of the outside world. Even an ordinary wooden house was not something that they could break open with brute force, much less such a luxurious stone house. As long as the person inside did not come out, they simply did not have the strength to destroy this house. "Old man, do you feel good hiding in here like a turtle? Turtle, hurry up and come out." As these people from the other villages shouted, the other villagers began to appear. They stood to the side and watched, showing no intention of helping. In the stone house, the old man sat opposite Zichin. He looked at the expressionless Zichin rubbing his scabbard and said, "Young people shouldn't be so eager to fight. Those people outside are not easy to deal with. Many of them are carrying weapons. If we act rashly, in your words, both of us may die here. Even if I die here, it's still better than others pointing at me and cursing me." Zichen's tone was indifferent. "You can't even take a little scolding? Just treat them as if they're farting," the old man said indifferently. "I've been cursed by the entire world, so these curses are nothing. However, I feel that we don't need to bear such infamy. They came with ill intentions and have ulterior motives. There's no need to tolerate them. That's easy for you to say, but those people outside all have powerful backgrounds. Take that old man Huate, for example. He represents the Huate family. Do you know how many people from the Huate clan have entered this place over the years? Do you think they'll let you off so easily?" While rubbing his scabbard, Zichin said, "After all these years, I only know one principle. Whoever has the bigger fist is the reason. That's easy for you to say. You killed one, and soon a group of people will come to reason with you. Do you think you can beat them with your fist? Although there are some existences from the life stars in this world, who knows where they are? Perhaps they're in the legendary city. Perhaps thousands of years after you've died, the news will spread there. Perhaps they will come to collect your corpse, but only if your corpse is still there." Zichin knew that there were other cultivators from the life stars in this world. However, he had only seen the old man here. Moreover, the old man had come here a long time ago. He was the last one to come here. Zichin grabbed his scabbard, stood up, and said, "My principle is simple. If one person comes, I'll talk to him. If a group comes, I'll talk to them. We'll know who's right after a debate." Apparently, Zichen's debate wasn't a real debate. That would only make him die more miserably. What he meant by debate was to fight. He started as a rogue cultivator. Eventually, he had reached this step. Apparently, he had been going through a battle all the time. He wasn't afraid of fighting or dying. "I know you're strong, but this kind of battle isn't necessary. Moreover, it's getting dark. They don't dare to spend the night outside." The old man eventually persuaded Zichin. Indeed, as the sky darkened, the voices outside became smaller and smaller. Eventually, they all disappeared. Everybody had left. No one dared to spend the night outside. However, it was still unknown if they would come back tomorrow. Those people left when the sky was getting dark. Judging by the time, they couldn't go back. They would all die on the way. Apparently, they weren't stupid. They wouldn't die that easily. The old man guessed the reason. His relaxed face gradually became serious. He cursed outside. "Those damn bastards. Do they really want to fight to the death?" "Only fighting is the fastest way to resolve grudges," Zichin said. The old man glanced at Zichin and said unhappily, "I'm not stupid. Of course I know this. but they have more people. How can the two of us be a match for them? Looking at the scabbard in Zi-Chen's hand, the old man said, "You've already used this broken saber. They must know that it's poisoned. If you want to continue to fight unexpectedly, you won't succeed. Although I have some skills, it's only limited to fighting. As for killing people, don't count on this pickaxe in my hand. This thing can only be used for fighting, not killing. I know you're not weak, but you're only one person. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. If you really fight, you'll only die when you face them. Unless you have a special ability, there will only be 2 more corpses here." Hearing the old man's words, Zi-Chen's heart stirred. He asked, "You said ability. What exactly is an ability?" An ability can be an innate gift, some supernatural ability, or some mutation of the body. Being fast is an ability. Having a strong body is an ability. Being able to fly is an ability. Being able to control other things is an ability. There are many kinds of abilities. However, no matter which kind, they are all recognized by the rules of this world. In other words, they are above the rules of this world. An ability is very strong in this world. I heard that it's the strongest thing besides God. The old man gazed at the stone table and said, "I once went to a small town and stayed there for one night. I heard that there was an existence from a life star who had some kind of eye technique. I heard that his eyes could shoot 2 beams of light. He could kill people with just one look." Seeing Zi-Chen's interested face, the old man curled his lips and said, "I've only heard about it. I've never seen it. I don't know if that little heir was just talking nonsense to make me happy or if it's true. I just thought of it as a story to amuse myself." "So, does our village have people who know about abilities?" asked Zi-Chen. "Of course. Blacksmiths can forge weapons. It's an acquired ability. Alchemists can refine mediocre pills. It's an ability. We can use pickaxes to dig ores. It's also an ability. Everyone can do that." "What kind of ability is that?" asked Zi-Chen with a startled face. "It's an ability. It's just the most basic ability. There are different kinds of abilities, big and small. However, they are all life skills. If you want to have an ability that can be used in battle, it's too difficult. If you really have one, you don't need to hide in the village. You can just go to the small town or find a way to enter the city. How do you get an ability? There are acquired abilities and innate abilities. I don't have the specific ability, so of course I don't know. However, I heard that those powerful techniques in the outside world will become some kind of ability here. However, this should be just a rumor. The techniques I got from the war martial family didn't become any ability here." That night, the 2 of them rested very late and started to discuss the matter of energy. After that, the old man couldn't hold it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. It could be seen that what happened that day was nothing to him. As long as he stayed there, those people would not be able to do anything to them. Moreover, Ulu was rich enough. The food in the room was also very sufficient. It was enough for the 2 of them to live there for a long time. However, Zi-Chen didn't think so. He couldn't sleep for a long time and had to get up to practice the sword. However, he didn't practice one move at a time. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, simulating the sword technique in his mind over and over again. It was just like when he had a soul in the outside world. This kind of efficiency coupled with actual combat practice would undoubtedly be faster. The next day, Zi-Chen was woken up by noisy curses. These people didn't go back last night. It was obvious that they had a grudge against them. If this matter couldn't be resolved, they would not leave. "Don't go out. This is a provocation." Seemingly worried that Zi-Chen would go out rashly, the old man got up early that day and looked at Zi-Chen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes open. After a night of cultivation, Zi-Chen didn't feel tired at all. It was as if he had the power of the soul. This was obviously impossible. Having the power of the soul was equivalent to having the ability. The current Zi-Chen undoubtedly didn't have the ability. He got up, grabbed the scabbard in his left hand, and said, This matter must be resolved. I don't have much time. I can't always waste it here. Also, I said that I would reason with them." As he spoke, Zichen stepped forward and opened the stone door. The first ray of sunlight shone on his face, illuminating his handsome face with golden light. The curses outside stopped because the stone door was opened. Zichen held the scabbard and stepped out. "Sigh this." The old man looked at Zichen and sighed helplessly. However, he didn't hesitate. He picked up the pickaxe, leaning against the wall, and followed Zichen out. "Today we will fight to the death. If you're not afraid of death, come up." After walking out, he quickly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Zichen. He raised the pickaxe in his hand and said indifferently, although he didn't recommend fighting with these people head-on, when it really came down to it, the old man didn't shrink back at all. Chapter 2292. Zichen was expressionless as he walked out, but he was very surprised. The people around him were much more than he had expected. It was as if everyone in this village, which he rarely saw, had returned today. Most of the villagers were just here to watch the show with their arms crossed. There were only a dozen or so people who were looking for trouble. One of them was the old man from the Hort family, who was said to be called Hort Daisai. Next to him was the still very weak Hort Tumi. When he saw Zichen appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. "Zichen, today is the day you die. If you hand over the sacred black crystal, I can spare your life," he said coldly to Zichen. Although he looked weak, his cold words were full of energy. "You." Zichen smiled disdainfully, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. He held the scabbard in his hand tightly. As long as he had the scabbard in his hand, he was full of confidence. Seeing Zichen tighten his grip on the scabbard, Hort Tumi's expression changed, and he subconsciously retreated. He had heard that Zichen had killed 3 miners with just 3 slashes. This kind of combat power was definitely not something he could fight against. Standing on the side, saying some harsh words, and cursing secretly was the limit of what he could do. The people present did not laugh at Hort Tumi's actions. Compared to these people, Hort Tumi was just a child, and a very weak one at that. Just as he retreated, those people all took a step forward. "If you're not afraid of death, then come," the old man said indifferently, holding the pickaxe in front of his chest. Perhaps it was because of his words, but as soon as he finished speaking, many of the people who had been watching the show with their arms crossed suddenly walked over. As these people walked, their aura was not like that of ordinary miners. Their faces were fierce, and it was obvious that they were brave fighters. Moreover, among the people who walked out, a few of them were holding weapons in their hands. Zichen had been in this world for a long time, so he knew very well that in this world, having a weapon meant having combat power. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 20 people, and 8 of them had weapons. This didn't include Hotodeski and Hotodeski, who didn't take out their weapons. Among these people, the old man was able to fight to a standstill with a weapon, and could barely block 2 people. This situation was very unfavorable for the 2, and no one was optimistic about them. As the news of a huge piece of sacred black crystal spread, almost all the villagers in the nearby villages knew about it. Thus, they chose to waste a day to come here and see if there was anything they could pick up. More and more people gathered around. Aside from Hort and Tommy, the other 4 members of the Hort family who had come to this world had also arrived. They each had a person by their side, but none of them stepped forward. Looking at the situation before them, there was no need for them to make a move. Jia Tu Huangtu had also arrived early. Beside him, Jia Tumingtu and the other 3 had also arrived. They looked at the field with inexplicable expressions. Only Jia Tu Huangtu's face was filled with worry. "Brat, hand over the sacred black crystal, or die." After everyone had appeared, Hotdes opened his mouth and spoke in a cold voice. The old man didn't say anything. Evidently, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, he didn't choose and allowed Zichen to make his own decision. He was willing to follow any decision. Faced with such a situation, in everyone's opinion, Zichen would make a very wise choice. Zichen looked at Hodadeski and lightly smiled as he said, "Even though I look a bit young, I'm not stupid. On the contrary, I'm very smart, many times smarter than that idiot next to you. I can see the killing intent in your eyes, and I'm sure that even if I take out the sacred black crystal, you'll still choose to kill me." A trace of surprise flashed in Hodadeski's eyes. He had never thought that this person would be so observant. He indeed didn't plan on letting these two people off. Even if he took away the sacred black crystal, these two people would still die. Those words from before were just the opening remarks before the battle. "Come, let's see if you can take the sacred black crystal from me today." Zichen slowly raised the scabbard in his hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. If this were the outside world and he faced so many Saint Kings, he would definitely turn and run. But in this world, these Saint Kings were no different from mortals. He had the qualifications to fight. The others crossed their arms and watched the show. In their opinion, Zichen was overestimating himself and seeking death. "Stop! Isn't it just a piece of sacred black crystal? I'll just give it to you. Why be so overbearing?" Just as the two sides were about to fight, there was a shout. Jia Tu and Huang Tu had broken free from the blacksmith's restraints and were running over. He arrived in front of Zichen and turned to Hodadeski. "Don't you want the sacred black crystal? Then I'll just give it to you." Hodadeski glanced at Jia Tu and Huang Tu and then turned to look at the blacksmith, who had an ugly expression. He said, "Kid, there's nothing for you to do here. Hurry up and get out of the way. Today, we want the sacred black crystal and the lives of these two fellows. Must we kill them?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu asked again, but they only mocked him. "Then come." He took out a short dagger from his sleeve, clenched one hand into a fist, and held the dagger in the other. He placed them horizontally in front of his chest, obviously ready to fight. The blacksmith's face was ashen as he walked over. This was not something they could interfere in. A palm landed on Jia Tu and Huang Tu's shoulder. The latter turned around and saw Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "Thank you for your help this time, but this is just a personal grudge between us. You should back off. Aren't we friends? How can I back off at a time like this?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu shook their heads and said firmly. These words touched Zichen quite a bit. He said, "Of course we're friends, but I don't have the bad habit of letting my friends die. They're just a bunch of trash. Trust me, I'm destined to be a big shot." Jia Tu and Huang Tu believed that Zichen would be a big shot in the future, but the premise was that Zichen could not die. But from the looks of it, Zichen did not seem to have any chance of survival. Jia Tu and Huang Tu shook their heads and did not want to back off, but what happened next was not up to them. The blacksmith and a member of the Jia Tu family stepped forward and carried Jia Tu and Huang Tu away. Looking at Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who were still struggling, Zichen looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Old man, go to the door and guard our sacred black crystal. You don't have to fight this battle." The old man looked at Zichen in confusion. "I'm used to fighting alone, and I'm also used to using my way to reason with people. You'll be in the way. Although you're an old senior, your combat strength is too weak." The old man naturally understood what Zichen meant. The other party just didn't want him to be in danger. Letting him guard the back was that once Zichen died in battle, the old man could take out the sacred black crystal to save his life. The main reason why Hodadis had to kill the two of them was because of Zichen. This was because Hodadis, Tangmi, and the others were very clear about Zichen's potential. "If I can't even protect you, what's the point of me living?" The old man shook his head. "You should know that I don't need to be protected. On this life star, people like me don't need to be protected at all. Hey, you too. Don't act like you're going to part forever. Soon, you two will be reunited in the underworld," said a man with a short sword. Using his determined eyes to signal the old man to back off, Zichen held the scabbard and stepped forward. Looking at the 20-something people in front of him, he said calmly, "Guys, because I'm new here, I don't have any reputation. That's why I'm bullied. So, this time I want to kill people to establish my prestige. I, Zichen, promise you that I won't let go of anyone who stands in front of me. Today either I die or you die." His voice was calm, and his face was serene. He didn't have any intention to threaten them, as if he was just telling a simple story. Those people standing far from them looked at Zichen. They didn't know why, but they felt an inexplicable chill which made them shiver. The 20-something people in front of him also changed their countenances. Facing such a situation, they were either idiots or lunatics. Apparently the other was the latter. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Zichen placed his right hand on the scabbard and slowly pulled it out. A broken scabbard with black light appeared in people's sight. In front of Zichen, the others were also ready to fight. They held weapons or other things that could be used to hit people. The old man sighed and stepped back. Zichen took several steps forward. Those people in front of him scattered, surrounding Zichen. Zichen stood in the center, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken scabbard in his right hand. The people around him stared at Zichen. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Everyone was staring in front of them, watching the battle that was about to happen. Kill. The word kill came from Hotdesh's mouth. Those people surrounding Zichen started to charge at Zichen. A sharp black sword pierced towards Zichen's face. Zichen moved his feet and dodged the sword. At the same time, he turned his body again. Another attack brushed past his body. Clang! He raised the scabbard in his left hand and blocked a long sword that was falling towards his head. A clanging sound was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. The powerful force shook Zichen and made him lose his balance. He subconsciously retreated. Behind him, a short sword was thrusting towards his back. As if there were eyes on the back of his head, Zichen used the force to rotate his body as he retreated. The scabbard blocked the short sword first. The owner of the short sword was knocked back along with his weapon. More attacks came towards Zichen. Zichen's expression did not change. He instantly bent his back. These attacks brushed past his body and gathered above him before dispersing. Facing these attacks, Zichen kept dodging. He blocked with the scabbard in his hand. As for the broken scabbard in his right hand, he did not slash once. Bang! A long black stick pierced through the attacks and hit Zichen's chest. The powerful force made Zichen's body involuntarily retreat. Behind Zichen, a man holding a pickaxe looked at Zichen with a ferocious smile. He looked like he was going to smash Zichen's head with the pickaxe. Zichen, whose body was unsteady, suddenly turned around at this moment. His dark eyes were calm and filled with indifference. The broken scabbard, which had not been used yet, slashed down at this moment. Chapter 2293. Seeing Zichen's calm expression, the pickaxe-wielding miner had already sensed that something was wrong. However, his attack had already taken shape. It was clearly too late for him to retreat now. Just as Zichen struck, the pickaxe struggled to retract. The miner's expression was a little ferocious. Swoosh! The broken saber swept past the pickaxe and slashed down diagonally. A smooth, slanted surface appeared. The saber's momentum did not decrease. It continued to slash downwards, sliding diagonally down the miner's cheek. This attack was very fast. As soon as the attack ended, the shadow of a stick struck toward Zichen from the side, but it was blocked by the scabbard. Pung! With a loud bang, Zichen took advantage of the momentum to retreat with the scabbard. As he retreated, he faced several pincer attacks. Zichen's figure dodged left and right. Zichen would try his best to dodge the attacks of those weapons. It was fine even if he was hit by those sticks or pickaxes. These attacks were not fatal compared to those weapons. As he dodged, Zichen no longer attacked with the broken saber in his hand. He continued to use the scabbard to block. During this time, Zichen would launch a fierce attack whenever he found an opportunity. Uft! The broken saber swept past a Saint King's body. As he retreated, black blood began to flow from his wound. The second Saint King was dead. Everyone present knew that Zichen's broken saber was smeared with poison. Everyone was on guard. However, after Zichen attacked, they realized that Zichen's attack was impossible to block. Uft! The saber flashed again. The third Saint King died in front of Zichen. Zichen had paid a high price to kill 3 Saint Kings in front of a group of Saint Kings. There were 8 external wounds on his body. There were 2 bloody wounds on his arm that exposed his bone. There was a sword wound on his shoulder and a very long wound on his waist. Blood flowed from his wounds. Fortunately, these people did not use poison. The green snake's poison was very strong. Ordinary people would not dare to have any thoughts about this kind of poison. Existences like Zichen were extremely rare. The number of Saint Kings who had died in front of Zichen had already reached 5. The people around him dispersed. Once again, Zichen's body was already riddled with wounds. His body was practically covered in his own blood. His injuries were already very serious. In the eyes of the crowd, it was almost fatal. However, Zichen did not even frown. It was as if this was not his physical body. His expression was as calm as ever, and the space between his brows was as cold as ever. The hanging scabbard in his left hand had already turned red, and the handle of the broken sword in his right hand was also dyed red with blood. It was very eye-catching and very glaring. That was his own blood, all of it was his own. After coming to this world and becoming immortal, the blood in his body no longer had any special abilities. 5 people had died, but there were still nearly 20 people on the field. These 20 people became more and more vigilant as they stared indifferently at Zichen. Some of them even had blood dripping from their weapons. It was Zichen's blood. Hotdesh looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "Your resistance is meaningless. Death is only a matter of time." Zichen replied calmly, "Even if I die, I will kill you, you old thing." As soon as he finished speaking, the battle that had paused for a short while began again. Zichen rushed forward and went straight for Hotdesh. The latter had seen Zichen's strength and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he held his long sword horizontally and made a defensive posture. Unexpectedly, Zichen's movement was actually a feint. His body retreated in an instant, and the broken sword in his right hand followed his body and drew a semicircle, slashing at a Saint King who was rushing forward behind him. At this moment, there were 2 people in front of the Saint King. One of them held a pickaxe, while the other held a short sword. The 2 of them also attacked Zichen without hesitation. In the eyes of the 2 people, Zichen would definitely dodge such an attack, because if he did not dodge and was hit by the 2 people, Zichen would probably lose his ability to fight in an instant. However, Zichen really did not dodge. He just kept rushing forward, his eyes fixed on his target. Out of the corner of his eye, he paid attention to the 2 attacks that were about to land on his body. Bang! The pickaxe smashed into Zichen's chest, causing his body to shake violently. The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. It was unknown how many of his ribs had been broken by this blow. Before the short sword could pierce Zichen's vital parts, Zichen dodged it and grazed his shoulder. Swoosh! Faced with the 2 attacks that hit him first, Zichen was expressionless. He slashed down with the broken sword in his hand, splitting the pickaxe and the Saint King in front of him in the middle. After the attack, Zichen's body spun rapidly again, neutralizing the power of the pickaxe that landed on his body. The broken sword in his hand drew a perfect circle, blocking all the attacks that came from all around. After killing another person, Zichen's body was once again filled with 2 wounds, one internal and one external. This was Zi-Chen's most common fighting method in the outside world, exchanging lives for lives. However, under normal circumstances, he would only use it when facing a strong opponent one-on-one. Moreover, it had been a long time since someone forced him to use such a reckless fighting method. A situation like this, where he was fighting a group of people by himself, had never happened before. If these people were in the outside world, they would all be strong opponents. Zi-Chen needed to deal with them carefully. When the 10th person fell in front of Zi-Chen, his situation could only be described as miserable. The indifferent spectators around them were all moved by this. The old man wanted to go forward and help, but Zi-Chen decisively waved his hand to stop him. From beginning to end, his eyes were still indifferent, and his expression was still calm, even though his injuries seemed to be on the verge of death. "This is my choice. I will bear all the consequences." Zi-Chen stopped the old man, causing the spectators to be moved. With his own strength, he had killed 10 people in a row. If Zi-Chen did not die today, his name would definitely spread throughout the surrounding villages, and no one would dare to cause trouble for him. However, looking at the situation today, Zi-Chen would definitely die. This was because the enemies were not just these people. In the distance, in the dark, there were also people from the Hort family, as well as others who were eyeing him covetously. They might have been spectators, but as Zi-Chen's injuries worsened, they would most likely turn from spectators to bandits. As Zi-Chen's injuries worsened, his enemies would be endless. Moreover, because of the powerful battle strength Zi-Chen had displayed and the words he had said before, even if some people felt pity for him, they would not dare to let him go. After all, if they let Zi-Chen go today, once he recovered from his injuries, Zi-Chen would become a disaster for them. If Zi-Chen wanted to escape today, he would have to have an ability recognized by this world. Only an ability could allow Zi-Chen to escape danger. Everyone present knew this. But how could it be so easy to obtain an ability? Everyone knew that Zi-Chen needed an ability to escape danger, but Zi-Chen did not have any extravagant hopes of obtaining an ability. In his mind, he was quickly simulating the previous battle, trying to find a way to escape. He did not need those powerful abilities that could allow him to fly. He only needed to escape danger. In actuality, this method was very simple. With just a little bit, Zi-Chen would be able to escape danger. That was speed. As long as his speed had a little bit of a breakthrough, Zi-Chen would be guaranteed to win this battle. Unlike the outside world, all of his senses were suppressed here, and his reaction speed was also suppressed. When he used the 9 fleeting lightning, it was no longer effective and could not bring him true speed. Although in the eyes of others, his speed was already very fast, Zi-Chen knew very well that this was still far from his maximum speed. As he quickly analyzed the previous battle in his mind, Zi-Chen concluded that if he could increase his speed by just a little bit, even just a little bit, he would be able to neutralize many of the fatal attacks. With this small advantage and the sharp broken blade, Zi-Chen would be able to carve out a bloody path. Speed a little bit faster. At this moment, Zi-Chen's mind was filled with a strong desire for speed. This desire was unprecedented. It was the kind of desire that one would have when facing death. Speed. Zi-Chen's heart was filled with an intense desire because those people were getting closer. Given his current body, he simply could not sustain this level of battle. If this continued, he was afraid that after this round of battle, Zi-Chen would die. Thus, he needed speed. He craved speed, even if it was just a little bit. In his mind, the 9 fleeting lightning appeared. Then, Zi-Chen continuously simulated it, allowing him to become faster in this world, or rather, allowing him to adapt to this world faster. Perhaps it was because of Zi-Chen's potential and his exceptional talent. Perhaps it was because Zi-Chen was a heaven-defying existence. Perhaps it was because of Zi-Chen's excessive desire for speed, causing this desire to become some kind of power that stimulated some kind of change. In the depths of his heart, A faint popping sound could be heard. This was the sound of the seed breaking through the barrier, the sound of the first green seed emerging. It was the sound of the shell breaking, the sound of the darkness entering the light, the sound of some kind of shackle being broken. After this sound rang out, Zichun found that his body had become lighter, no longer as heavy as before. The suppression of his extreme speed seemed to have loosened a little at this moment. The surrounding people were slowly closing in on Zichun, each of their weapons reflecting a cold light. Zichun, who had been standing motionless, suddenly swayed, as if he was unable to stand due to his heavy injuries. The people around him stopped and looked indifferently at Zichun. They saw Zichun's body stagger. He took a few steps forward, then took a few steps back. These few steps did not have the slightest order, looking very strange and out of place. In the eyes of the crowd, it was more like he was too heavily injured and was about to fall to the ground. However, Zichun did not fall. After staggering a few steps, he stood up again, his expression as calm as ever. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that Zichun's eyes were much brighter than before. Kill! Chapter 2294. Zichun's injuries were very serious, and he looked like he could die at any moment. However, the people around him did not let their guard down. When they charged forward, they attacked with all their might. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, a sharp blade pierced toward Zichun's face. This attack was decisive and ruthless. Its owner had already left many wounds on Zichun's body. Facing this attack, Zichun did not dodge. His very bright eyes stared at the attack coming toward him. A strong wind blew, and Zichun's hair flew. Seeing that the attack was about to pierce Zichun's face, the owner of the sharp blade on the other side had a sinister smile on his face. From his point of view, Zichun was already seriously injured and could not dodge. This attack was certain to kill him. However, just as the two sides were a hair's breadth apart, Zichun's feet moved one by one. His body moved with the movement, and he tilted his head to avoid the attack. The Holy King's attack missed, and his body moved forward due to inertia. In Zichun's right hand, he gripped the broken blade tightly and instantly raised it up. Poof! With a soft sound, a head flew up. Blood began to spurt out and stain Zichun's body. This was the feeling. Zichun opened his mind and felt the changes in his body. For the first time, a hint of joy appeared on his expressionless face. His speed was back. Although it was not as terrifying as it was in the outside world, it was much faster than before. It seemed that some kind of shackle had been unlocked. With the return of extreme speed, Zichun could finally use the method that used very little energy to kill the enemy. With this speed that was several times faster than them, Zichun was in an invincible position. Whoosh! Another attack came from behind Zichun. Zichun did not even turn his head. After repelling the person in front of him with one strike of his blade, he moved slightly, brushing past the attack, and arrived in front of the Holy King. The Holy King's face was full of shock. He clearly did not understand what had happened. He saw Zichun dodge his attack and stand in front of him. After that, the broken saber that he couldn't dodge appeared in his line of sight. The broken blade flashed past his eyes and his vision blurred. After that, he couldn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died, but Zichun was unscathed. His previous heavy injuries seemed to have lightened up at this moment because his speed had become faster and his reaction had also become sharper. He was able to dodge attacks that were normally impossible to dodge, and it didn't seem like he had to expend too much energy. In this situation, the spectators had the most right to speak. The original Zichun was like a fast-moving rock when he was besieged by a group of people. He was steady and decisive, and his attacks were sure to kill, but his reactions were relatively slow. Often he would destroy 1,000 of his enemies while losing 800 of his own men. But at this moment he was like a leaf swaying in the wind, easily changing direction with the rhythm of the wind, dancing with the wind. He weaved through the attacks as the broken sword in his hand danced nimbly. Saint Kings fell one by one, but these Saint Kings were unable to cause any harm to him. This ingenious change was like using 4 tails to lift 1,000 caddies. It was very clever, very wonderful, and very lethal. Moreover, as the battle continued, everyone realized that Zi-Chen's figure was becoming more and more graceful. In the end, no one could touch the corner of his clothes. This was the change in Zi-Chen in everyone's eyes. However, in the midst of the battle, those people couldn't sense it. They only felt that Zi-Chen was becoming more and more difficult to deal with, and his reactions were getting faster and faster. It was also becoming more and more difficult for them to hit Zi-Chen. Seeing Zi-Chen, who should have been seriously injured and dead, kill one Saint King after another instead of dying, their hearts became more and more shocked. This is Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had been watching the battle anxiously, were now looking at Zi-Chen's changes in the field in shock. The blacksmith's expression gradually became serious. At the door of the stone house, after seeing this change, the old man's eyes gradually lit up, and his face was filled with disbelief. Is this an ability? He hadn't seen others use their abilities with his own eyes, so he couldn't determine whether Zi-Chen's current state could be called an ability. Ability, this is an ability. It must be an ability. Speed ability, otherwise his speed wouldn't be so fast. Oh my God! Could it be that he has awakened an ability? It is said that in this world, when faced with a life and death crisis, there is a certain probability of comprehending an ability. However, this probability is extremely low. I didn't expect that we would encounter it. This speed is several times faster than before. He is almost invincible. This little guy is really lucky. Seeing the change in the battle situation, everyone was almost certain that Zi-Chen had comprehended an ability in this situation. For a moment, everyone also revealed looks of envy. Ability was an extremely rare thing. Once one had an ability, it was equivalent to no longer being a mortal, but becoming a cultivator. The appearance of a unique ability indicated a powerful combat strength. Comprehending an ability is lucky? I don't think so. Just as everyone's faces were filled with envy, a voice full of ridicule sounded from the side. The man who spoke looked at Zi-Chen, who was wantonly killing as if he had entered a no-man's land, and said, "It is indeed lucky to have comprehended an ability, but this is not absolute. At the beginning, an ability is not strong. Facing so many enemies at the moment, an ability is not invincible." Compared to other abilities, an ability at the beginning was indeed very weak and required a period of time to adapt. If an ability was awakened when no one was around, it was indeed a lucky thing. One could calmly feel the changes in the ability and greatly increase one's combat strength. However, to comprehend an ability in the middle of a battle, there was no time to calm down and feel at all. Facing the siege of so many people, it was very likely that one would die, not to mention Zi-Chen, who was in a completely injured state at the moment. It was rare to be killed after comprehending an ability in the middle of a battle, but it was also not uncommon. Pooh! His figure flashed. As he moved forward, Zi-Chen's body shifted left and right. Attacks brushed past Zi-Chen's body, but not a single one was able to hurt him. As for the broken saber in his hand, he flipped his hand and slashed forward with an indomitable momentum. One Saint King after another fell, blood spurting out. The poison that had been applied to the saber had long since been used up in this battle. However, with his extreme speed and powerful combat strength, Zi-Chen did not need poison at all. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. Some of it was his own, but most of it was other people's. The 20 or so Saint Kings from before were now quickly decreasing in number. Zi-Chen had completely changed from a passive killing to an active killing. Moreover, one step at a time, one saber strike took a life. His figure became more and more graceful, and his attacks were decisive and elegant. His efficiency in killing his enemies became even faster. As for the heavy injuries he had suffered before, they were gradually recovering because he was no longer injured. The bleeding wounds from before had all stopped. Damn it! How could he have comprehended an ability? Looking at the others falling one by one, Hotetesai's expression became very unsightly, and a look of disbelief and shock appeared in his eyes. Beside him, looking at Zichen, who seemed to have entered an uninhabited land, Hotetesai's face was filled with deep fear. In his mind, he could not help but recall what Zichen had said just now. Because he had just arrived, he needed to kill to establish his authority, so as to ensure that no one would be spared. Previously, this sentence sounded a little ridiculous, but now that he thought about it, Hotetesai felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at Zichen, who was killing his way forward, and looking at those cold eyes, Hotetesai felt that the other party could appear in front of him at any time and slash down with a saber. Although he held his weapon tightly in his hand, he was not confident that he could block Zichen's saber. Just as he was feeling frightened and wondering if he should escape at this moment, he saw shadows from the corner of his eyes. It was the people who had been watching before, and they were walking over. Some of these people were from the Hotetesai family. Hotetesai knew some of them, but he did not know some of them. As they walked forward, their eyes were filled with coldness. Their intentions were very obvious. Previously, they did not make a move because there was no need. However, at this moment, seeing that Zichen was about to awaken an ability, they had to make a move. An existence who had awakened an ability was very dangerous. Before the other party's ability stabilized, it was the only chance to kill the other party. Once the other party's ability stabilized, if they wanted to kill the other party, they would need someone with the same ability. After these people appeared, they went straight for Zichen. An extreme slash. After Zichen unsheathed the broken saber in his hand, he did not put it away. As his body dodged left and right, the broken saber in his hand continuously slashed, chopped, raised, and cut. Every slash was made with full strength, and every slash was very fast. Every slash was followed by a flash of black light. Pooh! His body only swayed left and right, never retreating. He kept moving forward. Everywhere he passed, Saint Kings were cut down. It was as if he had eyes all over his body. Not a single attack could land on his body. Clearly, he had just awakened an ability and was not used to it yet, but he still made people feel helpless. Pooh! 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 The saber flashed, and one Saint King after another fell to the ground. From afar, these people looked like they were voluntarily sending themselves to their deaths. His figure was graceful and elegant. His attacks were decisive and sharp. Zichen had awakened a speed ability. In the eyes of the crowd, it would take some time for him to get used to it. However, Zichen did not need to get used to it at all. This was because he had not truly awakened an ability. It was not a physical ability, but an extremely fast ability. Zichen could not be more familiar with this ability. This was because he had been using this kind of extreme speed from the beginning. When Zichen used this kind of extreme speed, it was like using his own arms and fingers. He could use it as he pleased, and there was no sense of awkwardness. And as the Saint Kings fell to the ground one after another, no one touched the corner of Zichen's clothes. They finally realized this. They knew in their hearts that even if they gave it their all today, they would not be able to kill the other party. Thus, they prepared to retreat. Chapter 2295. His words of never breaking his promise sent chills down everyone's spines. Now that they recalled what Zichen had said earlier, they could only feel a deep sense of fear rising in their hearts. Run! Knowing that he would not be able to do anything to his opponent today, Hotesh decisively turned around and ran. In fact, when they were fighting earlier, he had intentionally moved back and was prepared to escape if he could not defeat his opponent. You can't escape. Looking at Hotesh running away, Zichen smiled coldly and changed his footwork. Because he did not have the support of energy, Chen's changing footwork did not look good. It was even a little strange. However, when he used this footwork, his speed was surprisingly fast. His footsteps changed, and like a blurry ray of light, he was already several meters away, in front of a Saint King. After that, a bright black blade arc slashed across the Holy King's neck. The blade arc disappeared in a flash, and Chen's figure was already in another place. The moment his figure appeared, the blade arc appeared again. When his figure appeared, the Holy King had already sensed it. He raised the weapon in his hand and was about to slash at Chen. However, as the blade arc disappeared, his movement froze. Just like that, Chen's figure rapidly changed, and he appeared in 8 different places during this time. In these 8 places, the expressions of the 8 Holy Kings froze, and their attacks were completely frozen. There was a deep blade mark on their necks. Swoosh! His figure flashed for the 9th time, and Chen appeared beside Hotesh. He stared at his opponent coldly and slashed down with the broken blade in his hand. The blade arc flashed again. Go to hell! Hotesh's heart was filled with hatred. He shouted angrily, raised his long sword, and slashed at Chen fiercely. Perhaps because he felt the threat of death, the speed of his sword became much faster, as if he was about to awaken his ability. Clang! The blade and the sword collided, and a strong repulsive force came from the broken blade. In this collision, Chen was actually the one at a disadvantage. However, there was an additional hole on the black sword. Chen's hand, which was holding onto the broken sword, trembled slightly. Then he half-squatted, his left foot in front of him and his right foot behind him. Using the force of the broken sword, he turned around on the spot. The broken blade also drooped down during this period, drawing an arc. The end point was Hotesh's abdomen. Pooh! The blade light flashed, and Hotesh was cut in half. His movements were frozen, and his expression was frozen. After killing Hotesh, Chen's expression didn't change much. He was still in a half-squatting position, but he dashed forward in an instant. This time, the target was Hort Tongmi, who had escaped first. Chen dashed forward. Because he was so fast, he created a gust of wind. When the wind rose, the 8 people who were still standing, as well as Hotesh, fell to the ground. The old man guarding the door stared at Chen the whole time. Since he came from a life star and used to be a member of the Jean family, he had some knowledge about life stars, especially some secrets that others didn't know. In fact, it wasn't a secret. Almost everyone knew about life stars. He had seen with his own eyes that Chen's figure had flickered a total of 9 times during this process. On the life star, there was only one speed, which was the 9 flashes. 9 represented the extreme. It was a limit. In this world, the only extreme speed was the 9 flashes, which was the Thunder Clan's 9 flashes of lightning. Chen, who had flickered 9 times, was no doubt using the extreme speed of the Thunder Clan, the 9 flashes of lightning. It was the number 1 extreme speed in all the worlds. The Zhan Wu clan possessed many powerful cultivation techniques, but compared to the famous world speed technique, they were undoubtedly a little lacking. Seems like the rumor is true. Techniques from the outside world can become a kind of ability here. But the premise is that the technique must be strong enough. The old man muttered, confirming his theory. At this moment, Chen had dashed to Huotei Tangmi. He looked at the frightened man indifferently and said, "I never break my promise." Huotei Tangmi was frightened. Being stared at by Chen, he was scared out of his wits. So many Saint Kings had been killed, not to mention him a saint. However, facing this deadly situation, he didn't beg for mercy. He turned the fear in his heart into endless motivation. He shouted, "Kill!" Holding the short sword, he dashed towards Chen. "Your courage is commendable, but you've lost your mind. There are too many loopholes." Chen shook his head. At this moment, Huotei Tangmi didn't know what to do. If he used his brute force to attack, he would die faster. The unsheathed saber flashed, and the saber arc appeared. The saber arc flashed and disappeared. Hua Te Tang Mi's attack froze, just 1 inch away from hitting Zichen. At this point, Zichen had fulfilled his promise and killed all those who opposed him. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he had killed to establish his authority. Everyone avoided looking at Zichen. In front of the stone house, there were bloodstains all over. It was a ghastly sight. Zichen had killed to establish his authority. No one else dared to go forward. There was dead silence all around. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Apart from Hua Te Tang Mi, the other 4 saints who came here to look for opportunities were nowhere to be seen. No one knew when they had fled. An expert with extreme speed appeared in such a way. His gaze swept across the crowd. After no one came forward, Zichen turned around and began to clean up the battlefield under everyone's gaze. His speed was not fast, but each step he took was very steady. He picked up the weapons one by one. In this world, based on the current situation, the most valuable things were naturally those weapons. One had to know that the old man had stayed here for many years, but he did not have a weapon of his own. It could be seen how precious weapons were here. Of course, the old man's personality of waiting for death was also a big reason. The old man, who was still guarding the door, finally reacted. He stepped on the blood and quickly stepped forward. "Leave this kind of small matter to me." After saying that, without waiting for Zichen to speak, he quickly picked up the weapons one by one. However, he did not take the pickaxes and other things that were not very valuable. While the old man was picking up the weapons, Zichen stood aside and watched. After picking up all the weapons, the old man turned around and said to the people who were still around, "I'll leave the rest to you guys. But before you leave, please help us clean up the bloodstains here." As he spoke, he took the weapons and walked toward his house. After a moment of hesitation, Zichen followed behind him and walked into the hall. As the stone door closed again, the old man let out a huge sigh of relief. As for Zichen, he could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his vision turned black as he fell to the ground. The old man was quick to react. He immediately caught Zichen and then slowly put down the weapons in his hands. He carried Zichen to his bedroom. In today's battle, Zichen had awakened his ability and killed dozens of Saint Kings. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. But at the same time, Zichen had paid a huge price for this. His injuries were very serious. If those people really did not fear death and charged forward without any regard for their lives, Zichen would eventually not be able to hold on. But unfortunately, they were scared out of their wits by Zichen. After simply treating Zichen's wounds, the old man looked at Zichen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He shook his head and sighed softly. After interacting with Zichen for a few months, he had never realized that Zichen actually had such a side to him. The way he fought with his life in exchange for his life moved him very much. Although he was a Saint King before coming here, he had never dealt with heaven-defying people. In his era, the heaven-defying people were completely controlled by those few great saints. No one else was allowed to interfere at all. It was said that the heaven-defying people of his generation were killed by those few great saints. In today's battle, he saw Zichen's firm belief and was deeply moved. At the same time, he felt ashamed. If he had half of Zichen's belief, he would not have fallen to such a state. Recuperate well. After your injuries are healed, you have to leave here. This place does not belong to you. It only belongs to people like us who have given up hope and are waiting for death. After leaving the bedroom, the old man began to organize Zichen's things. The harvest this time was not small. Just these few weapons were already a considerable asset. In addition to the sacred black crystal, as well as Zichen's harvest during this time, he believed that Zichen would have a certain amount of resources to survive when he reached the town. The news of the large, sacred black crystal and the awakening of his ability almost spread to the nearby villages at the same time, causing a great commotion. In particular, the matter of an ability user slaughtering dozens of people in a day was even more shocking. In this battle, Zichen had killed people to establish his prestige. Although others knew that Zichen had good things in his hands, they did not dare to cause trouble. Outside the stone house, after the old man went in, the others came forward one after another. They searched the corpses for valuables as quickly as possible and even cleaned up the battlefield. In addition to these obvious gains, the dead Saint Kings all had their own residences. Many of them lived in stone houses. Now that they were dead, the houses naturally belonged to the people who had come first. They did not dare to provoke Zichen, but in order to maximize their gains, they targeted the people who had obtained the stone houses first. The nearby villages, which had been peaceful for a long time, were thrown into chaos because of the sacred black crystal. It was likely that this chaos would take a long time to calm down. As for Zichen, who had awakened his ability, because he had not appeared for a long time, he was gradually forgotten. In contrast, Jiatu Huangtu walked out of the blacksmith shop almost every day. When he glanced at Zichen's stone house, his expression was somewhat anxious, as if he had something to say to Zichen. Several times, when he made up his mind to look for Zichen, he was dragged back by the blacksmith. Chapter 2296. 3 days later, Zichen woke up. After a few days of deep sleep, his body naturally recovered from his injuries. A perfect body wasn't as simple as it sounded. Even though he was suppressed by the rules in this world, his body was still much stronger than that of ordinary people. This was also the fundamental reason why Zichen chose to engage in a life-and-death battle with these sage rulers. A powerful body had always been his greatest reliance. It could ensure that he had a powerful vitality. After getting up, he still felt pain in a few places on his body. The other places were mostly healed. As for the wounds from before, they had long scabbed over. "You're awake. Drink something first." The old man walked in from outside. When he saw that Zichen had woken up, he turned back and brought a bowl of porridge for Zichen. The quality of this porridge was much better than the porridge the old man had given him the first time. It was left behind by Wu Lu. Zichen, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, took the porridge and began to gulp it down without hesitation. The porridge wasn't hot. It was obvious that it had been simmering for some time. After Zichen finished it in big mouthfuls, he expressed that it wasn't enough. It wasn't until 3 big bowls of porridge that Zichen felt full. After resting on the bed for a while, he tried to get out of bed and start walking. "In your current state, don't go out," the old man reminded him as he looked at Zichen, who was walking back and forth. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he looked up and asked, "Does my situation count as having abilities?" "Yes, of course. However, there are some differences between this ability of yours and the commonly known abilities. If I'm not wrong, your ability isn't stimulated by your body, but by your cultivation technique in the outside world." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "Your extreme speed doesn't come from your body, but from your cultivation technique. Of course, this is also considered an ability, extreme speed ability. With this ability, you will have a speed faster than others. In a battle, you will be almost invincible." The old man pointed at the bamboo basket in the corner of the room and said, "Now that you have the ability, it is no longer suitable for you to continue staying in the village. I have already packed your things for you. When your injuries are healed, you can leave." "Am I alone?" Zichen asked. "Yes. Although I once said that I would escort you to the town, you have awakened your ability and no longer need to be escorted. You just need to remember one thing. When night is about to fall, find a well-hidden cave or tree hole to hide. Don't let yourself be exposed in the dark. Unless you have a super strong defense, you will die a horrible death." 7 days later, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. He was ready to go out for some fresh air. Just as he walked out of the room, Zichen saw Jiatu Huangtu, who who was pacing back and forth, not far away. Zichen, you're finally out. After seeing Zichen, Jia Tu Huangtu's face immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise, and he walked over. What's the matter? Zichen looked at Jia Tu Huangtu, who was walking over, with a smile on his face. We're leaving. Today, we're here to say goodbye to you. Jia Tu Huangtu walked in front of Zichen and said, Go. Where to? Zichen was startled. To the town. Someone has already come to pick us up. Today is the last day I can delay. Jia Tu Huangtu's expression gradually became solemn. He looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, you have killed many people from the Hort family this time. The two sides can be considered to have formed a deadly feud. You must be careful. The Hort family's power in this world has reached a level that you can't imagine. Zichen listened quietly. He knew that Jia Tu Huangtu was definitely not waiting for him to say these words. Zichen, after coming here, we have a little understanding of this world. As far as I know, if you want to have the ability, that city can satisfy you. Our Jia Tu family also has some foundation here. So, after we came here, we will follow the route they designed and eventually enter the city. Jia Tu Huangtu looked around and lowered his voice. I once heard the blacksmith ancestor say that if you want to enter the city, you must ask for the help of the experts from the Life Star. However, I heard that those people are used to living an idle life and may not be willing to help others. However, this is the only way for you to enter the city. How will you go to the town? Zichen nodded and asked. After seeing the old man, he knew that there must be other people from the Life Star in this world. The old ancestor with ability has already come to pick us up. In the next period of time, we will follow the old ancestor to learn some survival skills. Then, we will find a way to enter the city to find the holy weapon. Zichen slightly frowned and said, Does that mean that the Hort family will be the same as you? Ability users will come to take them away. That's true. Although our three forces don't usually communicate with each other, this situation is the same. These years, the experts of the family have stayed here for the limited number of places to take the holy weapon and strengthen the family. The Jia Tu family was already the top force in the Star Road. There was no other family stronger than them. The other two families were at best equal to the Jia Tu family. Even such a powerful family was not satisfied with the status quo and wanted to continue to be strong. Today, Jia Tu Huangtu came to remind Zichen. This was a kind gesture and also a concern between friends. Zichen's brows were still furrowed. He sensed something amiss from Jia Tu and Huangtu's words, but he wasn't too worried. Will they also come in the next few days? Zichen asked again. I'm not sure, but the time should be about the same. Looking at Zichen's frown, Jia Tu Huangtu nodded and said, but soon he realized the meaning of Zichen's words. His expression changed slightly and said, Are you worried? If the Hort family sent an ability user and heard that a new ability user had awakened and was their enemy, he believed that the other party should be very interested in this ability user. Then let's go now. Although we can't take you with us, you can still follow behind us. Jia Tu Huangtu said immediately. Zichen shook his head and said, No need. Zichen, now is not the time to be impulsive. Jia Tu Huangtu said anxiously, There's really no need. Zichen looked in the direction outside the village and said, They are already here. Jia Tu Huangtu turned his head and followed Zichen's gaze. He saw a group of people coming from outside the village. Among these people, most of Jia Tu Huangtu looked very familiar. They were the spectators during the battle where Zichen awakened his ability. Of course, if Zichen hadn't awakened his ability, they might have been one of the raiders. After these people entered the village, they went straight in this direction. As they moved forward, they would occasionally turn their heads with respectful expressions. When they turned their heads again, they saw Zichen from afar. They were all startled, but soon Their faces were filled with anticipation. Behind those people there were 5 people. 4 of them were the 4 saints who had come in with Hua Te Tangmi. There was nothing to pay attention to these 4 people. Ziqin could kill 2 with 1 slash and 4 with 2 slashes. At that moment, his gaze landed on the 5th person. It was a middle-aged man with a cold and stern face. Within his eyes was a sinister and ruthless expression. Occasionally, a cold glint would flash through his eyes. It was like the gazes of poisonous snakes hidden in the darkness of this world, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. This person was obviously the ability user who came to pick up the 4 people. The other party's purpose was also very obvious. It was for the previous incident to kill Ziqin. Ziqin's gaze quickly swept past the 5th person. Although this person looked cold, for Ziqin it was nothing. At this moment he felt a sense of danger, but that danger didn't come from the other party. As his gaze moved to the side, Ziqin's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he stared at the middle-aged man's side. Beside him, there was a big snake that looked like it was carved out of wood. It was raising its head and following the middle-aged man. The big snake raised its head. Its height was almost the same as the middle-aged man's, and its body was thicker than an ordinary person's arm. It was nearly 4 meters long. This big snake looked like it was carved out of wood, but its eyes were filled with the intelligence and cold light that a poisonous snake should have. The other party followed the middle-aged man on its own. Obviously, it wasn't an inanimate object. Although the 2 sides were still far apart, the moment he saw the big snake, Ziqin could be sure that the sense of danger came from the other party. That's a puppet master. Just as Ziqin was sizing up the strange wooden snake, he heard a cry of surprise from Jia Tu and Huang Tu beside him. Puppet master? Ziqin frowned. This was the first time he had heard this term in this world. One of the ability users, good at controlling mechanical puppets. That snake should be a mechanical puppet. It looks very powerful. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said, their faces a little pale. They knew more about this world than Ziqin, so they knew the strength of a puppet master. It was a kind of innate ability, much more powerful than the ability of extreme speed. Is it the same as the beast masters in the outside world? Ziqin asked again. The meaning is about the same, but in this world the probability of a beast master awakening is too low. It's almost impossible to see. On the contrary, this puppet master has become one of the most powerful abilities. Looking at the snake, Jia Tu and Huang Tu had a bitter expression and said, "Now I can only hope that the ancestor can stop the other party. Otherwise it will be dangerous." Just as the people in front were about to reach the blacksmith shop, a group of people walked out from inside. The leader was a man with a long sword on his back. Behind him were the blacksmith, Jia Tu and Ming Tuesday. After the man appeared, he stood in front of the group, forcing the group to stop. These people were shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect to meet another ability user. "Kaluo, you want to stop me?" Chapter 2297. Kenny, stop! Kilo was an ability user from the Jetu family, and he was also the one who led the 4 saints of the Jetu family into the town. Today, he appeared in front of Kenny and stopped him. He was really forced to do so. After coming here, he learned some things about Ziqin. He was very surprised, but he also guessed that today's scene would happen. Originally, he didn't want to interfere, but Ziqin was related to a sacred weapon of the Jetu family, so he had to appear. He knew Kenny very well and knew what methods the other party had, so he was very afraid. Kenny from the Hort family looked indifferently at Jetta Kilo in front of him and said, "You want to interfere!" As he spoke, the big snake beside him, which looked like a wooden sculpture, flicked its tongue in and out like a real living creature and stared at Kilo with cold eyes. "He has some connections with our Jetu family," Kilo said in a deep voice, not retreating. Although he was afraid of Kenny, he wasn't afraid. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the other villagers. The villagers who hadn't left yet walked out of their rooms and looked over curiously. The old man also walked out. After seeing the scene in front of him, his face became extremely ugly. He looked at Zichen, who was still in a daze, and said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the things and leave." Obviously, the other party didn't come with good intentions. The Jatu family was willing to step in, but only to stop them. They definitely wouldn't fight with the other party because of Zichen. After the two sides reached a stalemate to a certain extent, one side would choose to retreat, and that side would definitely be the people of the Jatu family. They didn't need to risk their lives with an ability user because of Zichen, and their will to protect them wouldn't be very firm. Yes, hurry up and leave. Now. Jatu Hongtu also nodded and said. Obviously, he was also aware of this point. Zichen stood in place and didn't leave. He glanced at the old man and said, "Tell me about the puppet snake. How can we have time to talk about this now? Hurry up and leave. If we're late, we won't be able to leave." As he spoke, the old man was about to turn back to the house to pack up Zichen's things, but he was stopped by Zichen. "We're not leaving. Tell me, what's so special about it? I'll be more careful during the battle later," Zichen said faintly. Of course he couldn't leave, not to mention that the other party had already seen him. He might not be able to escape. Even if he used his extreme speed to escape, the other party's anger would definitely be directed at the old man. Zichen didn't want to kill the old man who had treated him well because of this matter. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the old man couldn't help but sigh and say, "That puppet snake is very strong. Once it entangles you, your ribs will break and you will suffocate to death. Looking at that puppet snake, it shouldn't be of the lowest grade. If I'm not wrong, its mouth must contain the collected poison. Once bitten or touch the body, the poison will activate and kill. Only these 2 points? Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? For example, that puppet master. What kind of tricks does he have?" Zichen asked with a calm expression. "That's already very strong. Only other ability users can deal with it." The old man shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate that puppet snake. That's the only thing the puppet master relies on. It can attack and defend. It's very powerful. However, if you have a way to pass through the puppet and get close to the other party, then the puppet master's combat power is not much different from that of an ordinary person." The puppet master himself was not strong. This was publicly known, but that was only among ability users. For those without abilities, a puppet master with a puppet master could easily wipe out an entire village. For example, if Hotekani wanted to kill, then the entire village would be destroyed. Zichen nodded. It seemed that what he needed to pay attention to next was that puppet snake. The confrontation in front of them slowly reached its final juncture. When the ability user of the Kata family turned around and saw that Zichen was still standing in place, the confrontation came to an end. Kata Kilo snorted coldly, turned around, and stepped aside. Then, he looked at Zichen with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, the time he had stopped the other party was enough for Zichen to escape. However, Zichen refused to escape, so it had nothing to do with him. Zichen's value to the Kata family was only a chance to obtain a holy weapon. However, the Kata family had obtained such a chance many times, but very few succeeded. Right now they had 5 chances. If they had to pay too high a price, then they did not mind wasting 1 chance. Hotekani walked in front of Kata Kilo. The leaders who had previously walked in front of him in high spirits did not immediately follow this time. They knew how powerful Zichen was, so they did not dare to get too close to Zichen. The difference between ability users and ordinary people was like the difference between heaven and earth. The puppet snake slithered on the ground. Wherever its thick body passed, it left deep marks. The 4 saints from the Hort family also paused for a moment before following with the others. They also did not dare to get too close. When they recalled Zi Chen's fighting style of killing one person with a single strike, they still felt their hearts palpitate. Zi Chen did not return to his room. The sword was taken out by the old man. He stood in front of the stone house with the sword in his hand, quietly watching the man and the snake gradually approaching. The old man, Katu, and Huang Tu had already retreated far away. The battle between the two ability users would definitely be shocking. If they rashly approached, they would definitely be injured. Everyone subconsciously retreated or distanced themselves from the two aptitude users. There was already enough space on the battlefield. Zi Chen stared at Hotekine in front of him. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly. His eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a cold light. Tap! The two sides did not speak symbolically. Zi Chen held the scabbard and took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the ground, making tapping sounds. Tap! Tap! Then his footsteps began to change. The sound of footsteps rang out. Tap! 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 Zi Chen held the scabbard and began to move forward. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his target was Hotekine. Hotekine, who was moving forward, stopped and looked at Zi Chen, who was rushing toward him. The corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. The puppet snake, which was originally beside him, came forward at this moment, wagging its tail. It came in front of him and stood between the two sides. The puppet snake's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Its eyes were fixed on Zi Chen, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. The distance between the two sides was shortened in the blink of an eye. Zi Chen stomped his foot hard. With a tremor, his body soared into the sky. His right hand fell on the broken sword, as if it could be unsheathed at any time. Ka! The sound of a spring rang out. The puppet snake's body rose high and instantly reached more than 2 meters, blocking Zi Chen, who was about to pass over it. Then the snake opened its mouth, revealing several poisonous fangs. It was about to bite Zi Chen. Swoosh! The puppet snake's attack was very sharp. With a strong wind, it blew Zi Chen's hair and robe. At this moment, Zi Chen was very calm. His body, without any support, suddenly began to spin. As he spun, his body began to change direction. The snake's head, which had launched the attack, brushed past the spinning Zi Chen's robe, shattering a few pieces of his robe. Zi Chen, on the other hand, dodged the attack, bypassed the snake's head, and looked down at Hotekine from above. Swoosh! A bright light flashed, and the broken sword was instantly unsheathed, slashing fiercely at Hotekine's head. The latter looked at this scene indifferently. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he was surprised that his opponent could dodge the puppet snake's attack so easily. However, there was also a hint of sarcasm in his surprise. He did not seem to care about Zi Chen's attack. After dodging the snake's head, there was still the snake's tail. A strong wind whistled, like a long whip, sweeping toward Zi Chen's waist. The speed of the attack was even faster than Zi Chen's. Clang! Looking at the snake's tail sweeping towards him, Zi Chen swung his sword. The invincible broken sword hit the snake's tail, but there was a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. A strong rebound force came from the snake's tail, almost shaking the broken sword out of his hand. Zi Chen's body spun again, and he retreated while spinning. He retreated again and again until he was 10 meters away. He steadied himself, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the broken sword in his right hand in front of his chest. He stared warily at the puppet snake in front of him. He did not dare to say that he used his full strength, but he definitely used 80% of his strength. However, he did not manage to cut the snake's tail, but only made a hole in it. He was very surprised by the puppet snake's sturdiness, which made him even more careful. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Zi Chen began to rush forward, his figure blurring. Hotekine snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not control the puppet snake, but the snake's mouth suddenly opened wide. Then, Zichen saw a sparkling luster flashing in the direction of the snake's mouth. Without saying anything, he dodged sideways. Drops of sparkling liquid appeared from the snake's mouth and then exploded. The exploded liquid, like a drizzle, began to scatter in all directions, accompanied by a strong bitter and sour smell in the air. When the liquid touched Zichen's body, a sizzling sound could be heard. The robe on his body was corroded into many small holes. Obviously, this was a kind of poison. Zichen's figure kept flashing, but a large space in front of him was covered by this rain-like poison, making it impossible for Zichen to get close. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of the snake's tail cutting through space was constantly heard. In the face of this unexpected attack, Zichen looked very embarrassed when he dodged. Hotekani did not make a sound from beginning to end. He just looked indifferently at Zichen, who was jumping up and down like a monkey. His opponent's reaction speed was beyond his expectations. Although his clothes were full of fine wormholes, they were still intact. The others around watched the scene nervously, for fear of missing any details. It's over. Chapter 2298. In everyone's eyes, this battle was extremely dangerous. Zichen weaved through and dodged the poisonous liquid, displaying his extreme speed to the extreme. If it had been them, they would have died from the poisonous liquid in a matter of minutes. In the distance, Gartukalo, who had been watching the battle indifferently, gradually frowned. This was the reason why he was afraid of Hotekani. If the other party used poison, he wouldn't be able to get close at all. As he watched the battle, Zichen's speed surprised him. However, this was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before Zichen's strength was exhausted too quickly. When his speed slowed down, it would naturally be the time for Zichen to die. In Gartukalo's opinion, this battle should continue for a while before it ended. The final result would naturally be Zichen's death. However, he didn't expect that the puppet snake, which was spraying poisonous liquid on the battlefield, would suddenly stop attacking. Under normal circumstances, this would happen because the poison hidden in the snake's body had been used up. However, the battle had just begun, so it was impossible for such a situation to occur. Immediately afterward, he saw that the puppet snake's mouth was still wide open, and a black tube extended from it. The tube's mouth was aimed at Zichen. Gartukalo's expression changed abruptly. He recognized what the tube was and guessed what it contained. His expression changed greatly as he cried out in alarm, "That's poisonous mist! Retreat quickly!" At that moment, he was quite a distance away from the battlefield, but when he saw the tube, he cried out involuntarily and kept retreating. When the others saw that the situation wasn't good, they immediately turned around and fled at lightning speed. The old man, Jiatu, and Huang Tu pushed the door open and closed it again. This was the furthest they could retreat. After retreating into the room, the old man's face was filled with fear and worry. This puppet snake actually has poisonous mist on its body. This time, Zichen won't be able to escape. As he spoke, he ran to the window with Jia Tu and Huang Tu and looked outside through the crystal window. Over there, the puppet snake had already launched its attack. Poisonous fog constantly spewed out from the puppet snake's mouth. The poisonous fog appeared to be 3 different colors, forming a huge 3-colored fog. The tricolored fog appeared very quickly and spread very quickly. Even Zichen, who had extreme speed, couldn't avoid it in time. Everyone watched as Zichen, who was retreating, was instantly enveloped by the tricolored fog. This 3-colored fog was very peculiar. It continued to spread forward in a fan shape. It did not affect the puppet snake and Hort Kenny behind it at all. When the latter saw Zichen shrouded in the tricolored fog, a faint smile finally appeared on his cold face. "It's over, it's over." Sighs could be heard all around them. The tricolored poison, mist, was a very strange poison. It was much more terrifying than the previous poison. The previous poison would only take effect after it came into contact with the body. It would only be fatal when it fused with the blood. However, this tricolored poison mist had an extremely strong corrosive effect. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at living creatures. Once enveloped by the tricolored poison mist, even if one held their breath, the poison would still invade the surface of the body and corrode the entire body until it melted. Even if this poison was placed in a small town, it would still make many people wary. If Gartucolo had the confidence to fight against Hort Kenny before, after seeing the tricolored poison mist, he completely lost his confidence. This poison might not be neutralized even with a detoxification pill. Unless it was a specially configured detoxification pill, or if one had a strong body resistant to poison, it would be impossible to block the tricolored poison mist. Looking at him on the field, he shook his head. It was obvious that Zichin, who had just awakened his ability, had already died in the tricolored poison mist. In the face of this situation, no one could block the poison mist. Even Gartucolo was not optimistic about Zichin. No one else on the field was optimistic about Zichin, including the old man, Gartucolo, and Huangtu. This was because the origin of the tricolored poison mist was too great. Zichin, who could only neutralize ordinary snake detoxification pills, could not block it at all. The tricolored poison mist was still spreading and spreading. The tricolored poison mist in front of them was even denser. It was clear how determined the other party was to kill Zichin. The remaining poison spread and diluted, spreading in all directions. Those who were far away felt a little dizzy after breathing in. Their expressions changed drastically, and they retreated far away. Even from so far away, the poison made them dizzy. There was no need to think about what would happen to Zichin. The poison that spread in all directions had no lethality to Hort Kenny. His gaze was still fixed on the tricolored poison mist in front of him, and he sneered. After 3 breaths, when he felt that he had released a poison that could kill several ability users, he waved his hand. The tube in the puppet snake's mouth in front of him stopped spraying and slowly retracted. "It's over," he murmured, and his expression was completely relaxed. At this moment, the tricolored poison mist suddenly began to surge, like a strong gust of wind, carrying with it a strong aura. Hort Kenny's expression suddenly changed. The puppet snake that had closed its mouth flashed with a cold light again. He saw a tricolored poison mist leave the front and charge straight at him. Whoosh! The snake's tail swung and hit the tricolored poison mist. With a bang, the tricolored poison mist exploded, and a light figure flashed from within. In the blink of an eye, the light figure arrived in front of Hort Kenny. The pair of cold eyes fell on Hort Kenny's panicked face. When Hort Kenny saw the face of the light figure, his eyes immediately widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw Zichin. Not only was his body not corroded by the tricolored poison mist, but he was also unharmed. Swoosh! Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and the unsheathed broken saber swept across Hort Kenny's neck. The snake's mouth, which was only inches away from Zichen's head, also stopped after Zichen's broken saber cut across Hort Kenny's neck. After that, the snake's body twisted and fell to the ground with popping sounds. Huff! 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 Sheathing the broken saber, Zichen gasped for breath. While gasping for breath, he coughed violently, as if he wanted to cough out all the poison that he had inhaled into his lungs. There was a blood stain on Hort Kenny's neck. His vitality had disappeared, and he had died. However, his eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. The puppet snake had lost its master and completely turned into a wooden puppet. It was no longer of any use. There was no longer any threat to Zichen in the surroundings, so Zichen kept coughing, trying to cough out all the discomfort in his heart. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene stood there motionless, as if they had been petrified. His expression was completely frozen, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Zi-Chen gave them the feeling that he was a ghost. He walked out of the three-colored poisonous fog without any injuries, not to mention his body being corroded. There was no sign of his body melting, and there was not even the slightest trace of corrosion on his body. Could it be that the three-colored poisonous fog was fake? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such doubts, because no one could survive the three-colored poisonous fog. Such a situation could only mean that the poison was fake. Bang! At this moment, a sound was heard not far away. It was a Saint King who had accidentally inhaled too much of the poisonous fog and collapsed. He had accidentally inhaled poison that had been diluted many times, and he had actually fainted just like that. It could be seen that the three-colored poisonous fog was not fake at all. However, Zi-Chen was unscathed, so what was the point of that? Zi-Chen's coughing gradually stopped. He lowered his head and glanced at Hort Kenny, who had died with remaining grievances, and said, "Idiot, what is this? Do you think that you can deal with me with the three-colored smoke? But it's quite unbearable." Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the others in the distance all had the urge to faint. The three-colored poisonous fog that would kill upon contact had actually become three-colored smoke in his mouth, and its effects were only unbearable. Was he still human? This poisonous fog is definitely real, and he definitely doesn't have a special antidote. It's said that only some powerful and special constitutions can withstand the invasion of the three-colored poisonous fog. He should belong to the latter. Gartukalo, who was more knowledgeable than the others, looked at Zi-Chen with flickering eyes. He had some guesses about Zi-Chen's situation. Shaking his head, Zi-Chen looked around and discovered that there was no one around. Even the old man had disappeared. Although the poisonous fog had dispersed a little, it had not completely dispersed. In particular, where Zi-Chen was, the poison was still very dense, so no one dared to approach rashly. Looking back, Zi-Chen found that these people were further away. Among them were the 4 pale-faced saints from the Hort clan. He looked at the 4 of them and smiled. His smile was ferocious. His left hand grabbed the broken sword in its scabbard, and he walked in that direction. Seeing Zi-Chen walking in this direction, the nearby Saint King's expressions all changed, and they tactfully dispersed. Even an ability user had been killed, let alone them. Moreover, they were suspected of bringing ability users here, so they walked very far away. "You guys leave here first." The 4 saints were terrified when they saw Zi-Chen arrive. They knew that Zi-Chen's target was them. Just when they did not know what to do, they suddenly heard a voice. When they turned around, they saw the ability user from the Gartukalo clan. The other party was walking in their direction, and it seemed like he wanted to protect them. Nodding gratefully at the other party, the 4 of them quickly retreated, and then ran out of the village like stray dogs. "Where do you think you're going?" Zi-Chen roared and was about to give chase. At this moment, Gartukalo, who had a long sword on his back, blocked Zi-Chen's path and stared at Zi-Chen. Chapter 2299. Before coming here, Gartukalo already had a certain understanding of Zi-Chen. In the last battle, he had not died even after suffering such serious injuries, and he had just survived the tricolored poison mist. Gartukalo was certain that Zi-Chen had an extraordinary constitution. It was this constitution that allowed him to have the ability to fight continuously and resist poison. Life stars were known as lands of miracles. As a heaven-defying existence on a life star, it was understandable that Zi-Chen had such a constitution. Although such a constitution was powerful, Gartukalo was not afraid. He was only afraid of the tricolored poison mist. Thus, he looked at Zi-Chen and said indifferently, "I am saving you." Zi-Chen looked ahead. There, the figures of the 4 saints were gradually shrinking as they ran further and further away. If you kill them now, it will be the same as cutting off the Hort family's path. They will definitely not let this go. Although you killed an ability user today, I believe you should know that luck played a large part in it. Do you think the Hort family only has one ability user? Or are you confident that you can fight against the Hort family here? Zichen retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "When we meet, we can only fight to the death." "That's much better than a real fight to the death," Katukalo said in a low voice. A real fight to the death and a real fight to the death did not seem to be very different, but the meaning was completely different. The former meant that there would be a fight to the death when both sides met, while the latter was a search and pursuit until one side was completely dead. There was still room to maneuver in the former, but the latter was a real fight to the death. This sentence was very reasonable. It seemed that the other side was really thinking about Zichen, but Zichen, who had seen a lot of the world, knew very well that in this kind of fight to the death, there was still the possibility of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. If he really killed these 4 people, the Hort family would completely lose their qualifications this time. Then, when the Hort family crazily pursued him, they would definitely not let these 4 people from the Katukalo family go. They had already lost their chance. So how could they let the other party have the chance to obtain a saint weapon? The sound of footsteps came from behind. Jia Tu and Huang Tu ran over. The old man followed behind them. He ran to Zichen's side and looked at Zichen excitedly. "Zichen, how did you do it?" There was no need for Zichen to consider the gains and losses for too long. If he killed the 4 of them now, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. He no longer looked at Katukalo and turned back to Katukalo. "What do you mean? How did you do it?" "That 3-colored poisonous fog is very poisonous. It is said that one will die upon contact." "How did you resist it?" Jia Tu and Huang Tu asked again. "Is that poison?" "I thought it was smoke." Zichen's heart still palpitated when he recalled the puppet snake's strange behavior. The sudden appearance of the smoke had made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to retreat, as he was immediately enveloped. Just as he was thinking that something was wrong, he found that the smoke did not cause any effective harm to him, and its lethality was not even as good as the previous venom. It had to be known that the venom would at least corrode his clothes, but this smoke only made him feel choked. In the smoke he could not see anything, so he could only remain in a state of alert. He did not think that the smoke was a type of poison. He thought that the puppet snake would take advantage of his blurred vision to launch an attack. So he waited quietly, not making a single sound. In the end, nothing happened. Jia Tu and Huang Tu were speechless when they heard Zichen's words. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The 3-colored poisonous fog that they did not even dare to touch had turned into smoke in front of Zichen, and it did not have any effect on him at all. The 4 saints had already run away, and the people who had been watching the show had also left. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said goodbye to Zichen and followed Katukalo back to the small town. For a moment, only Zichen and the old man were left alive, as well as a dead person and a puppet snake. "That puppet snake is good stuff. It can be sold for a good price in the small town," the old man said as he pointed at the puppet snake not far away. Katukalo left with the people of the Jia Tu family, but he did not take him, an ability user who could kill ability users. This was clearly to avoid suspicion. He did not want to have too much to do with Zichen, and he did not want to completely become enemies with the Huate family. Zichen returned to his room and walked out with the bamboo basket on his back. The bamboo basket contained his harvest from the past few years. The huge, holy black crystal was specially wrapped in a rag and placed at the bottom. The rest of the ores were placed in the middle, and at the top was some food. It was almost impossible to reach the small town in a day's time. During that time, they would need to stay in the wilderness for a night, and food was also a necessity. However, the old man told Zichen not to worry too much, because there would be some small inns along the way for people to rest. If it was an ordinary person, it might be dangerous, but as an ability user, Zichen would not dare to have any ideas about him. He also told Zichen that if he did not trust others, Then he should find a cave to rest in and leave the next day. As for the night, no one dared to walk outside. Occasionally, there would be some powerful ability users who were not afraid of the fear of the night. With the bamboo basket on his back and the puppet snake wrapped around his waist, Zichen stepped on the road to the small town. The old man sent Zichen all the way to the outskirts of the village, and Zichen waved his hand and left. "I hope you can leave this damned place," the old man muttered in a low voice as he turned and walked towards the village. The old man had already pointed out the direction of the small town very clearly. Along the way, they should walk on the main road as much as possible. Although it would be troublesome to meet some people, compared to the insects and snakes that could rush out at any time to take people's lives, the danger posed by humans was much less. The road ahead was not difficult to find. At noon, Zichen, who had traveled about 10 miles, found a large rock and stopped to rest. After eating some dry rations, he continued on his journey. Along the way, he met some Saint Kings who looked like villagers. When they saw Zichen, their first expression was unfriendly. However, when they saw the puppet snake wrapped around Zichen's waist and shoulder, the unfriendliness in their eyes turned into shock. In this dark night, he would only stay for one night, so Zichen did not want to cause any trouble. When the sky was about to darken, he found the cave that the old man had pointed out to him. The cave was quite hidden, and the outside was covered with fallen leaves. The cave was a little damp, and it looked like no one had lived in it for a long time. Zichen did a simple cleaning and placed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake inside. Then he found a few large rocks and sealed the entrance of the cave. In this world, there would be wind at night, and mosquito-like insects would appear in the wind. They were full of aggression and danger. In addition, on the ground, there were also groups of ants moving forward. They were in groups and were also a powerful species. Compared to the other dangers in this world at night, these two things were the most dangerous. When night fell, a gust of wind rose again. Through the sealed cave, Zichen could hear buzzing sounds from the outside world. In addition to the buzzing sounds, there were also rustling sounds, which should be the sound of divine ants gnawing on trees. In this world, the wooden houses were built with a very special kind of wood. This kind of wood was not only tough, but also emitted a very strange smell that only divine ants could smell. They did not gnaw on it. In this strange world, it was the first time that Zichen spent the night outside. He was still a little nervous, so he could not go to sleep early. Suddenly, he heard the roars of beasts in the distance. There were beasts in this world, and they could be called divine beasts. However, they were not really divine beasts that could call the wind and summon the rain. In this world, they were much more powerful than divine beasts. They could barely be called divine beasts. At that time, the old man had told him that if he wanted to kill these divine beasts, only those powerful ability users could do it, just like in the mortal world. In this world, there were also hunters. However, what they hunted were not beasts, but divine beasts that were even more powerful than divine beasts. Boom! Suddenly, Zichen heard a more powerful wind, and then he felt the whole ground shaking. The angry roars of beasts seemed to be very close, mixed with anger and fear. There should be someone fighting. Zichen, who was hiding in the cave, guessed in his heart. The old man had told him that this world was full of danger at night. Anyone who dared to appear at night, whether it was a human or a beast, was extremely powerful. Undoubtedly, on this night, Zichen encountered such a level of existence. In addition to the roars of beasts, Zichen could also hear explosive shouts. Now he was more and more sure that there were hunters hunting divine beasts outside. He was curious, but he also knew that with his current strength, he could not walk in the dark. Therefore, he could only hope that those who were fighting would not affect him. He just wanted to stay here quietly for one night and enter the town the next day. The fighting outside was getting more and more intense, and the frequency of the ground shaking was also getting faster and faster. Chen's face became very ugly, because listening to the sound of fighting, it seemed that this place was getting closer and closer. The god of luck was not on his side tonight, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Just when he was most nervous, he heard a tremor coming from the sealed cave, followed by splashing stones. Chen saw a big black guy with its back against the cave. That big guy looked like a big bear, but there was no hair on the surface of its body, and it was very shiny. At a glance, Chen saw that it was a puppet like the snake behind him. This big guy was obviously shocked here by a strong force, and it was very curious about the cave behind it. After getting up, it looked back and saw Chen, and a trace of surprise flashed in its cold eyes. After that, it ignored Chen and continued to rush forward. But at this moment, Chen had an impulse to curse. The reason for that was because right after he left, many ants the size of a palm suddenly rushed into the cave from the outside. Not only was the ant big, but its eyes were also shining, staring at Chen. Damn it! With a curse, Chen did not care about what was outside, grabbed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake and ran outside. Chapter 2300. These black ants were very large and had very strong killing power. Chen believed that if he ran a little later, he would be drowned by the black ants in an instant. Just as he stepped on the back of the black ants and jumped out, he saw that the area of more than 10 meters in front of him was already covered by the black ants, and the number of layers was still increasing. There were still countless black ants coming in his direction at high speed. He tapped his feet, and his body soared into the air and flew more than 10 meters away. Using his extreme speed allowed him to keep a light pace and not be swallowed by these ants. When he steadied himself more than 10 meters away, the cave he had been hiding in was no longer visible. What he saw was a dense black ant that completely covered the cave. At this moment, the wind was still whistling, the earth was still shaking, and the roars of beasts and angry shouts were constantly heard. Chen, who was retreating, did not have the time to see who was fighting here. Since he had lost his hiding spot, it meant that he would soon be swallowed up by the dangerous night. The only thing he could do now was to quickly find a place to hide. After identifying a direction, he rushed forward without hesitation at a very fast speed. As he rushed forward, he glanced at the scene in the distance from the corner of his eyes. There were 3 people who looked like shadows and a black bear that looked like a puppet. They were surrounding a fake divine beast that couldn't be seen clearly. The 2 sides were fighting. However, at this moment, he suddenly rushed out, which made the 3 people look sideways in surprise. Chen retracted his gaze from the corner of his eye and began to accelerate. He was definitely using his fastest speed. According to what the old man had said, there was an inn not far from the cave. This was also the place that the old man had specially chosen. In case there was a change at night, he could rush there and get shelter. Unexpectedly, at the moment Chen was running away, he heard a roar that shook the sky. It was the fake divine beast that was fighting the 3 people and the black bear, which suddenly broke through their encirclement and rushed forward. Coincidentally, the direction in which the fake divine beast was rushing was the direction in which Chen was escaping. The speed of this pseudo-divine beast was very fast. While the 3 of them and the bear were in a daze, it had already caught up with Chen. Maybe it was because Chen was blocking its way, or maybe it hated humans too much, or maybe it saw that Chen was too weak. The pseudo-divine beast, which was running away, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Chen. A strong wind swept over from behind, blowing Chen's tattered robe. Even though he didn't turn around, he knew what was happening behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With the bamboo basket on his back, he directly grabbed the snake's head and turned around to smash the pseudo-divine beast like an iron lock. After turning around, Chen saw the pseudo-divine beast clearly. It looked like a wolf with a horn on its head. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. However, such a thing was even more powerful than some saint beasts. "Pa, The whistling snake tail hit the wolf's head in an instant, making a crisp sound. After being hit by a huge force, the wolf's head turned in midair. Under the inertia, the side of its face continued to rush forward. Releasing his right hand that was holding the snake's head, Ziqin clenched his fist and hit the wolf's face with all his strength. Pum! Another loud sound rang out, and the unicorn wolf was sent flying just like that. The strong recoil caused Ziqin's body to sway. Ignoring the pain in his right hand, he shook his hand and continued to rush forward with the puppet snake. Not far away, the 3 people and 1 bear who were about to charge forward saw that the weak-looking fellow in front of them had actually sent the lone horned wolf flying so cleanly. Their expressions were all startled, somewhat astonished, and their speed slowed down slightly. Roar! The beast's roar continued. This time, there was less fear and more anger. After the single-horned wolf landed on the ground, it once again pounced towards Ziqin. Its pair of wolf eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Get lost! The wind was blowing all around, and danger could come at any time. Seeing the single-horned wolf coming at him again, Ziqin was really angry. After an angry roar, he waved the puppet snake again and rushed toward the single-horned wolf. The puppet snake in his hand was like a long whip, accurately hitting the single-horned wolf. The latter let out a whimper in pain, but Ziqin ignored it. In an instant, he sped up and rushed forward, hitting the opponent's head with a punch. After knocking the single-horned wolf to the ground, Ziqin rushed forward again. His left leg was stuck on the struggling wolf's leg. His left and right hands clenched into fists, and like raindrops his fists continuously hit the single-horned wolf's head. Each of Ziqin's attacks contained his full strength. Every time his fist landed, it would cause the ground to tremble along with it. Pum! Pum! As the fists fell, the single-horned wolf's mouth was bleeding, and it let out a whimper. The 3 people and 1 bear in the distance were completely dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the first time they saw a puppet master fighting with a puppet. Not only was his fighting style strange, but his speed and strength were also ridiculously powerful. Although the single-horned wolf had suffered some injuries under their siege, it was definitely not something that a person could deal with alone. But looking at the guy in front of them, he seemed to be fighting effortlessly. Not good, there are divine ants. Just as they were watching Ziqin's battle in a daze, a cry of alarm came from the black bear's mouth. Hearing this cry of alarm, the other 3 people's faces changed. Then they all wrapped the black robes on their bodies. The black robes covered their entire bodies. Even the place where their eyes were was covered by a layer of crystal. The wind suddenly became louder, and there was a rustling sound in it. This made Ziqin feel that something was wrong. The moment he turned his head, he saw a black wind coming from afar. It was like a real wind. In that wind, there were countless black ants. They were entangled together, and with the help of the wind, they flew at a very fast speed. This scene gave Ziqin a big fright. He no longer cared about the single-horned wolf. Got up, grabbed the puppet snake, and ran. The single-horned wolf, who had endured countless punches from Ziqin, was still a little dizzy after getting up. Its body was swaying. However, its perception of danger was clearly better than these people. Before it could stand firmly, it bent its body and instantly charged forward with all its strength. The wind blew, and the black ants in it brushed past the single-horned wolf's body. Only a dozen or so black ants landed on the wolf's body. The rest followed the wind and continued to move forward. Their target was Ziqin. As for the 3 people and the black bear, they stood in the wind, allowing the black ants to pass by. Not a single one attacked them. The wind became stronger and stronger. Ziqin could clearly feel that danger was approaching, and the speed at which the danger was approaching him was faster than the speed at which he was escaping. He knew that he couldn't escape. In an instant, he turned around, swung the puppet snake, and smashed it forward. Pa! The puppet snake, which was close to 4 meters long, swept past and broke the black mass of ants at the front. Many of the black ants fell to the ground. Some died, while others struggled to crawl towards Zichin. Pa! Pa! The puppet snake in Zichen's hand danced continuously. Pa! 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 Another large number of black ants were scattered and fell to the ground. However, the number of black ants was too great. It could be said that there were too many of them. In addition, the wind was strong. After Zichin had attacked 5 times, the large group of black ants behind him had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Zichin had become an ant-man. Is he dead? Not far away, the 3 people wearing special robes looked at Zichin, who was surrounded by black ants. One of them muttered, "He's still not dead? Could it be that he's still a god?" Another voice sounded. It was a clear female voice. "This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. It's a pity that he died just like that." The third person sighed. The woman who spoke earlier turned around and looked at the black bear. She said, "It's all because you were too reckless and destroyed his hiding place." The black bear awkwardly scratched its bald head and said embarrassedly, "Isn't that a mistake?" Who knew that the horned wolf would be so strong? Just as the 4 people were talking, in front of them, where the black ants completely covered, a tricolored smoke suddenly rose. The moment the smoke appeared, it spread in all directions. The black ants quickly melted and disappeared in the tricolored smoke. That's the tricolored poison smoke. They must have accidentally triggered the mechanism in the puppet snake. The black bear said in shock after seeing this scene. As the tricolored poison smoke spread, more and more black ants disappeared. These black ants clearly had some kind of intelligence. The continuous disappearance of their companions made them feel fear, and they immediately scattered. Those who ran fast could still live, while those who ran slow directly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge group of black ants from before scattered just like that. The 3 people and the bear looked forward, and even ignored the horned wolf not far away. Under normal circumstances, when the black ants covered the whole body, there would be nothing left when the black ants scattered. At this moment, something far beyond their expectations happened. After the 3-colored poison fog became slightly diluted, a figure quickly rushed out from it and ran into the distance. The figure carried a bamboo basket on his back and a puppet snake on his shoulder. There were no injuries on his body, and even the speed of his escape was as fast as before. How could this be? Seeing the figure disappear in a puff of smoke, the 3 people and the bear were stunned and speechless again. They had never seen anyone who could walk out of the tricolored poison, smoke unscathed. Moreover, that person's body did not have any light circulating around it. It was obvious that he did not take the special antidote pill. Just like that, they saw that person run and run, constantly releasing the tricolored poison smoke to resolve the crisis until he completely disappeared from their sight. Chapter 2301. While the 3 people and 1 bear were tidying up the spoils, Zichin was constantly entangled with the black ants, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Fortunately, the wind finally weakened, and the black ants fell one by one, no longer using the wind to advance. Zichin rushed forward, not even looking back. He didn't want to encounter a group of mosquitoes after dispersing the black ants. After walking for about a few miles, he finally saw the inn that the old man had mentioned. There was light in the inn. Zichin quickly went forward and knocked on the door of the inn. A moment later, a man dressed as a waiter opened the door for him, and Zichin walked in. The waiter sized up the battered Zichin and said indifferently, "You still want to stay in this inn at this late hour?" Zichin didn't say anything. He flipped his hand and took out a piece of black iron from the bamboo basket and tossed it to the man. The man caught it and weighed it in his hand before saying, "You can only stay on the first floor for 1 night. Just find a place to sit." This inn had 2 floors. The first floor had some tables and chairs, like a tavern, while the second floor was the accommodation. At this moment, there were already more than 10 people on this floor. It seemed that they were like Zi-Chin, who didn't pay enough to stay on the second floor. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were in groups of 4. These people kept looking at Zi-Chin after he came in, and he could see some hostility in their eyes. Zi-Chin glanced at these people and saw an empty table. He ignored them and walked straight to it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, a black ant crawled out of the bamboo basket behind him and fell to the ground. Pow! Zi-Chin stomped his foot down and crushed the black ant into pieces. Zi-Chin threw the puppet snake on his shoulder to the side and sat down on a chair. He asked, "Do you have water?" Maybe it was because of the puppet snake, but the waiter poured water for Zi-Chin. Pa! Another sound came from the right. It was a black ant that had crawled out of the snake puppet's mouth and was trampled to death by Zi-Chin. In this short period of time, Zi-Chin had already trampled 5 black ants to death. It was obvious that he had been in a great battle with the black ant earlier and had accidentally left these on his body. Those people who had unfriendly expressions earlier tactfully withdrew their gazes when they saw the ghastly black ant corpses. Zi-Chin! Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the second floor. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and saw a young man appear at the top of the stairs, walking towards the first floor. "I thought you wouldn't come today." The one who came down from upstairs was, of course, Jia, Tu, and Huang Tuesday, speaking of which, in this world, only the other party would speak to him with such a tone and expression. Something happened on the way, so I was delayed. Seeing Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, a rare smile appeared on Zi-Chen's face. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, who came to Zi-Chen's side and was about to sit down, saw these black ants, and his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "You were attacked?" Zi-Chen glanced at the puppet snake under his feet, nodded, and said, "If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid I would have been completely defeated today." "What's going on?" Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu sat down. It seemed that because the other party was on the second floor and had an identity that was not to be trifled with, the waiter took the initiative to pour water. "I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually destroyed my hiding place in the middle of the night." Thinking of this, Zi-Chen's heart was filled with anger, and his voice inevitably raised a little. However, these words were so ear-piercing to everyone's ears, and their expressions changed slightly. In this place, there weren't many people who dared to walk at night, and there were even fewer who dared to fight at night. Only those hunters dared to walk at night, and every hunter was an ability user. "Are you talking about a hunter? I haven't seen a hunter yet." Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu asked curiously. "I don't know. I only know that it's 3 idiots and a bear." Zi-Chin didn't have a good impression of the 3 people and the bear, so he naturally didn't hold back. "Sure." Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu signaled Zi-Chin to be quiet and whispered beside him, "Be quiet. Those hunters are extremely powerful." Zi-Chin drank a mouthful of water, snorted softly, and said, "They did the idiotic thing themselves, and they can't let others talk about it." If it wasn't for the 3-colored poison fog, Zi-Chin would have definitely died there today. It was normal for Zi-Chin to be angry after almost losing his life. Moreover, this was obviously an unexpected disaster. If it wasn't for the other party's battle that affected him, how could such a thing happen? In this world, every hunter is an ability user, but every ability user may not be able to be a hunter. Hunters are recognized as strong, and they are naturally respected. At this moment, Zi-Chen's words undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and for a moment, all kinds of gazes were directed at Zi-Chen. One of the 4 people sitting at the next table looked at Zi-Chen and said with dissatisfaction, "If you say hunters are idiots, then what are you?" Scram! Zi-Chen turned around and glared at the other party, his words cold. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes, and he grabbed the weapon beside him. Beside him, the other 3 people also stood up as they stared at Zichen with a cold glint in their eyes. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. My friend didn't mean it that way. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu quickly stood up and waved their hands. Huang Tu, come up. At this moment, Jia 2 Kilo's voice came from the second floor. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu turned to look at the ancestor on the second floor. The other party's words were indifferent and firm. We still have to travel tomorrow. Hurry up and rest. This sentence could not be refused. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu looked at Zichen with an apologetic smile, and after using their eyes to signal him not to cause trouble, they turned and walked upstairs. However, after going upstairs, he did not rest, but watched from above. He understood the ancestor's meaning very well, which was to stay away from Zichen and not have anything to do with him. Originally, the 4 of them were still a little afraid of Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, who came down from the second floor. But after Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu went upstairs, the 4 of them were completely relieved. Not only did their gazes towards Zichen become colder, but there was also a hint of provocation. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Zichen said coldly. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. At this moment, he did not mind killing a few more people. Shameless boasting. The 4 of them were obviously not afraid of trouble. They pretended to walk over, but the waiter not far away had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened. Zichen's hand went to his back, where he was carrying a long strip. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, sounding urgent and powerful. Open the door! At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep voice, strong and powerful. In this dark night, to dare to knock on the door with such a tone, the person who came was definitely an ability user. The waiter quickly went forward to open the door. As for the 4 people who were about to make a move, they also stopped and returned to their seats, standing there and watching the scene coldly. The door of the inn was opened by the waiter, and a huge object appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear. It pushed the waiter away with one hand and said loudly, "Get out of the way!" Pushing the waiter away, it walked in from outside the door, carrying the corpse of a horned wolf on its shoulder. Blood dripped down its shoulder and soon dyed the floor red. The waiter stepped aside and lowered his head as if he didn't see this scene. He didn't even ask the waiter to pay for his stay. After this mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear walked in, 3 more people covered in black robes walked in. Looking at the other party's attire, everyone couldn't help but recall what Zichen had said before. 3 idiots and a black bear. There was no doubt that the people the other party was talking about were the 3 hunters and the black bear in front of them. Seeing the 3 people, Zichen was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet them here. What were these hunters doing here in the middle of the night instead of hunting those pseudo-divine beasts? Everyone's eyes fell on Zichen for a moment, making Zichen feel very unnatural. On the second floor, Jiatu and Huangtu also guessed that the people Zichen was talking about were the 4 people in front of them. They looked at Zichen with some worry. Jiatu Kilo appeared and signaled with his eyes that the other party was not allowed to go down. The Jiatu family would not participate in anything related to Zichen. Humph, the idiots you were talking about are here. Not far away, one of the 4 people who had a conflict with Zichen sneered at him. His words were neither loud nor soft, enough for the people who came later to hear. What did you say? The black bear had just thrown down the corpse of the horned wolf when it heard these words. Its bare eyes stared at that person. The person cupped his fists and said, "Sir, you misunderstood. I said it for him to hear. Just now, this guy came here and boasted shamelessly that the 4 of you are 3 idiots and a black bear." "How dare you? Who said that?" The black bear's voice was raised a lot, and its words became very cold and harsh. The other party looked at Ziqin without leaving a trace, which made the black bear step forward angrily, preparing to send the other party flying with a slap. The others watched from the side and sneered without saying a word. It was obvious that this guy had offended these hunters and would not be able to survive. In this world there were no rules at all. Whoever lived was the rule. The man who spoke also sneered and looked at Ziqin with a pair of gloating eyes. Ziqin had been silent, but he did not take out the hand on his back. He was already in a state of alert. If there was any danger, he would immediately take action. The black bear who was walking forward saw the bamboo basket and puppet snake beside Ziqin, and its eyes changed a little. The anger in its eyes lessened a little. The palm that was about to slap Ziqin slowly landed on the table in front of Ziqin. Then the tall black bear leaned over, tilted its head and looked at Ziqin. Its eyes, which were originally filled with anger, now had a glimmer of light. The loud voice sounded again. "Hey, it's you! Xiuqi, Xiangxian, come quickly. He's actually here." As he spoke, Heixiong sat down beside Ziqin, showing no signs of hostility. The crowd, who had thought that they would see an exciting battle, was stunned when they heard the black bear's surprised words. Chapter 2302. Black Bear came in front of Ziqin. Everyone didn't see the battle that they had imagined. When Black Bear saw Ziqin, he seemed very happy. He sat down just like that, as if they were very familiar with each other. The others beside him were all stunned. "I said you're an idiot, and you really think you're an idiot. Get lost." A clear female voice rang out. It was a black-robed person walking over. Then she kicked the black bear away without any trace of politeness. As she walked forward, the other party untied the black robe on her body, revealing a tall figure, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. Her long black hair was tied behind her back with a hairband. She wore a purple tight suit. Holding the untied black robe in her hand, she sat beside Ziqin. Her bright eyes looked at Ziqin and scrupulously. He said, "I'm a bear, not an idiot." He was talking about the three of you. Black Bear, who was kicked away, muttered in dissatisfaction. He took a few steps back and pressed a certain mechanism with one hand. After coming to this world, this was the first time Ziqin saw a woman. Moreover, she was a beautiful and powerful ability user. This surprised him. If she was in the outside world, this woman would be a Saint King. She would definitely be a top powerhouse. This kind of surprise caused his expression to change slightly. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. Unlike the others, he only had eyes for this woman. He was completely attracted by her appearance. The other two black-robed people also took off their black robes and sat down. A hole appeared behind Black Bear. A man who wasn't very tall walked out and sat down opposite Ziqin. "My name is Xiuqi. May I know your name?" On the other side of Ziqin, a young man cupped his fists and said to Ziqin, "Ziqin." Ziqin said indifferently. Although he didn't feel any hostility from them, he didn't let down his guard. "Brother Ziqin, I'm sorry for what happened earlier." Xiuqi once again clasped his fists toward Ziqin and said apologetically, "Forget it. You guys didn't mean it." Ziqin waved his hand. Their attitude made it impossible for him to pursue the previous matter. "My name is Tom. Ziqin, you are really powerful. Not only did you beat up the lone horned wolf, but even that group of divine ants couldn't do anything to you." The man who walked out of the mechanical black bear said to Ziqin, "Tom, you have to apologize first. This is all your fault." The woman who had been silent all this time said. The man named Tom scratched his head and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. That lone horned wolf was too strong. I was careless and was sent flying, accidentally exposing your hiding place. However, I can see that you are very strong. Being a hunter is not a problem for you. Why didn't you come to the inn and instead hide in the cave? Zichen wasn't used to Tang Pu being so talkative, so he didn't know how to respond. Tom, you talk too much nonsense. Zichen, right? My name is Xiang Xian. Is this puppet snake yours? Could it be that you're the same as Tang Pu? Are you also a puppet master? The beautiful woman looked at Zichen curiously. Zichen thought to himself, you talk a lot of nonsense too. It seems like we aren't familiar enough to ask all sorts of questions, right? However, he saw that the four of them didn't have any ill intentions, so he replied, I'm not a puppeteer, and this puppet snake isn't mine. Then why do you have it? Xiang Xian asked, puzzled. The puppeteer wanted to kill me, but I killed him. I saw that this puppet snake wasn't damaged at all, so I thought I could sell it for a good price. Zichen's answer left everyone speechless. The faces of the four people who had a conflict with Zichen turned ugly. They had guessed that Zichen should be a puppeteer, and a puppeteer with a broken puppet. Such an existence had almost no combat power. However, they didn't expect that he wasn't a puppeteer at all. The puppet snake was just his spoils of war. The four hunters did not seem to be hostile, but they were definitely not easy to talk to. They were called idiots and bears for no reason. But not only did they not get angry, they even apologized as soon as they came up. This showed how strong Zichen's combat power was. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died many times over. Oh, so that's how it is. Then the tricolor poison mist isn't yours. How did you ignore it? Tom Pu asked again. Zichen frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. Tom, don't be rude. Xiao Qi, the young man from before, glared at Tom. This was obviously a secret. There was no reason to show it to others casually. The words here were clearly heard by the others. After hearing that the other party ignored the tricolor poison mist, everyone's face changed again, and they were shocked in their hearts. It's not unreasonable. In fact, I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because I'm naturally resistant to poison. Zichen shook his head and said casually. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire place became deathly silent. In this world, there was no such thing as innate skills. All innate skills could be called abilities. If it was really innate resistance to poison, then there would be a strong rejection of poison. In this way, one could become a poison master. Poison master. That was an occupation that made many ability users tremble in fear upon hearing its name. Zichen is a poison master. Jia, Tu, and Huang, too, were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Perhaps in the outside world, a poison master was nothing, but in this world, a poison master's ability was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they were immune to poison, so powerful that everyone feared them. They were almost the top existence in this world, except for the gods. It could be said that the status of a poison master in this world was equivalent to the status of a harmonious spirit master in the star path. Jia, Tu Kelluo snorted. He knew very well that Zichen only had a special physique. It was only luck that allowed him to block the tricolor poison. As for becoming a poison master that was immune to poison, that was simply impossible. These four fellows who were trying to be friendly obviously misunderstood Zichen's ability. Otherwise, Zichen would have long been torn to shreds by the four of them. Xiao Qi and the woman named Xiang Xian exchanged glances and then no longer asked this question. Xiang Xian tilted her head and looked at Zichen and said, "You look so young. Is this your first time going to Instigate Town?" Zichen nodded. He knew the name of the town from the old man. "Are you going to trade, or are you planning to stay there for a long time?" Xiang Xian asked again. "I'm going to find someone." "Oh, who is it? Let's hear it. Maybe we know him." "An old blacksmith. I think his surname is Wei." Seeing the other party being so enthusiastic, Zichen's heart moved, and he said the purpose of his visit. "You should be talking about old Fart Wei, right? Not only does he know how to blacksmith, he also knows how to refine weapons. Are you looking for him to refine weapons?" Xiangxian asked. You know him? Zichen was surprised. He had just casually mentioned it, but he did not expect the other party to actually know him. Of course I know him. Old Fartway lives next door to us, and we have a good relationship. Xiuqi laughed and said, All these years we have never seen anyone looking for Old Fartway. Who are you to him? A friend asked me to look for him. We did not know each other before, but he said that he would let me follow Old Fartway from now on. Meeting his fate. Waiter, bring some wine and dishes. Xiuqi said, Today we want to have a good drink with Brother Zichen. I want good wine and good dishes. Tang Pu added, If not, take this unicorn wolf and stew it. We have a good relationship with Old Fartway. Since you are looking for him, then we are considered to be on the same side. Tomorrow morning, we will bring you to find him. If he is willing to take you in, then we will be neighbors. The man who had not spoken all this while laughed and said, looking very friendly, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiujin. Zichen could feel that after he said Old Fartway's name, these people became even friendlier. That friendliness was completely sincere and not deliberate. Xiuqi, Xiujin, Tangpu, Xiangxian. Don't tell me they are the 4 demon hunter cultivators of So Hui Town? Just at this time, a cry of surprise came from not far away. The 4 demon hunter cultivators, 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 puppet. This puppet referred to the puppet master. In So Hui Town, the 4 of them were quite famous. The 4 of them had different abilities, but their fighting strength was extremely strong. When they were combined, they were even more powerful. After guessing the identities of the 4, the surrounding people looked at the 4 of them with even more admiration. Just as the waiter was preparing the dishes, Xiuqi took out a jade bottle from his bosom. After opening it, a ray of light burst out from the jade bottle. Xiuqi tilted the jade bottle, and a drop of glowing liquid came out and landed in Xiuqi's palm. Zichen looked at the drop of liquid curiously. He could feel a dense energy ripple from it. This was the first time he felt an energy ripple ever since he came to this world. Just as Zichen was curiously sizing up the drop of liquid, the surrounding people's eyes were already wide open. Their faces were full of surprise, and from the looks of it, they could not wait to take the drop of liquid for themselves. They did not need to think to guess that the drop of liquid was something good. Xiuqi placed the drop of liquid in front of Zichen and said, Originally, we were just here to greet you and let this matter pass. I did not expect you to be looking for Old Fartway. That means you are indeed one of us. Who knows? You might even be neighbors in the future. Just greeting you is not justifiable. You have a share in killing the lone-horned wolf. This is your reward and a greeting gift. What is this? Zichen did not take the drop of liquid. Instead, he looked at it and asked suspiciously, Sacred Source Liquid, also known as Ability Source Liquid. It is a good thing that can awaken abilities. Xiuqi said, There's such a thing? Zichen's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Although this world has only one set of rules, it is still very mystical. Xiuqi looked at Zichen and laughed and said, This thing's main use is to strengthen the body. The effect of awakening abilities is relatively small, but if you gather enough of it, you can still awaken abilities. Chapter 2303. Sacred Source Liquid was also known as Ability Source Liquid. It was a unique product of this world and was very different from the source liquids produced on other planets. It was the most basic and important thing in this world and was the goal that many people pursued. But at the same time, too many people might not even obtain a single drop from the moment they came to this world. That drop of sacred source fluid had attracted everyone's attention. Compared to it, Xiangxian's looks didn't seem as attractive anymore. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Zichen took in everyone's expressions and shook his head in refusal. One could not accept a reward without doing anything, let alone something so valuable. Take it, we won't lose out. We can still exchange for 2 more drops if we go back and deal with this wolf. If you hadn't stopped it, we wouldn't have gotten a single drop. Seeing that Zichen still had the intention to refuse, Xiangxian said unhappily, "How can a man be so wishy-washy? Hurry up and take it. It's not like it's a big deal." Since Xiangxian had already spoken, Zichen naturally wouldn't be able to justify himself if he continued to refuse. He chuckled and accepted it. "Isn't that right?" Xiangxian looked at Zichen and smiled. "Actually, we don't have any good intentions. After you've tasted the sweetness, you'll definitely not forget the sacred source liquid. When the time comes, you'll have to join our team and we'll hunt together." Xiangxian's words were half an invitation and half an attempt to resolve Zichen's awkwardness. Zichen shook his head and said, "Forget it. I almost died earlier. I don't have the strength to walk in the dark." "You don't have the strength, but you have the equipment. If you're willing to become a hunter, we can provide the equipment. It's actually very simple. You only need a set of special clothes to block the divine mosquitoes and ants in the dark." Xiaoqi looked at Zichen, who was still holding the drop of sacred source liquid, and said, "This thing doesn't need to be refined. You just need to swallow it. You can do it now." Zichen nodded and swallowed the sacred source liquid. As he swallowed, he clearly heard the sound of saliva being swallowed from all around him. As the drop of sacred origin fluid entered his stomach, Zichen felt a familiar energy appear in his stomach. This energy seemed to be full of life, and after appearing, it extended towards his limbs and bones. Just like how natural treasures tempered one's body in the outside world, or how the rainbow sacred tree strengthened Zichen's body, this drop of sacred origin fluid also strengthened Zichen's body. However, it didn't require a cultivation technique to perfectly enhance the overall strength of his body. All abilities originate from the body. Only a powerful body can stimulate the emergence of abilities. Seeing Zichen's slightly puzzled expression, Xiaoqi took the initiative to explain. Zichen could understand this explanation. Perhaps this was the reason why the Jiatu family's 5 quotas all required a saint-level physical body. With the drop of sacred source liquid gone, everyone looked at Zichen with envy and some resentment. Of course, it was inevitable that they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Although it was common knowledge that a drop of sacred source liquid couldn't awaken abilities, Zichen's failure still made everyone feel that he had wasted the drop. Perhaps this was the only way to make them feel a little better. The waiter had prepared some food and wine, and there was even rare meat among them. For Zichen, who had come to this world, this could be considered really high-class food. The quality of the wine was also pretty good. At the very least, it was much smoother than what the old man usually drank. The 5 ability users ate and drank in front of everyone. Gato Kilo brought Gato and Huangta back into the room. It was clear that he really didn't want to have anything to do with Zichen. They drank until the next day when the sky was bright, but the 5 of them still didn't change their expressions. Even Xiangxian was a heroine. Here, alcohol tolerance represents strength. Zichen, you're really strong. In fact, alcohol tolerance represented physical strength. When Zichen came here, his physical body had already entered the saint level and was stronger than many saint kings. This was also the reason why he could kill saint kings with his broken blade after coming to this world. After Xiaoqi paid the bill, the group of 5 left the inn and headed for Soi town. There weren't any more twists and turns along the way. When they were about to reach the town, the alcohol from the previous night had dissipated, and they were extremely sober. "Let's go and find old Fart Wei." Tang Pu, who was holding the puppet snake for Zichen, said as they walked to the town's gate. From the outside, the town looked like a small city. It was surrounded by tall stone walls. In Tangpu's words, these walls were to prevent pseudo-divine beasts from suddenly attacking the town at night. The old man had come to Soi town before, but not many times. As for why he didn't stay here, Zichen had asked him before, but the old man hadn't said anything. After arriving at the town today, Zichen finally understood. In this place there were many people with abilities. Although they were far from the point where they could walk everywhere, they could casually walk for a while and see one or several ability users. Living with these ability users would undoubtedly cause one to be on tenterhooks. How could it be more comfortable than living in a small mountain village? There was only one entrance to the town. After entering, they would go deeper into the town. In this town, Old Fartway had his own shop, but the area was extremely small. Outside the shop, there were some black iron and a few weapons that didn't seem to be very popular. Old Fartway, this time we went out. We brought back a friend for you. Seeing the blacksmith shop from afar, Tangpu shouted. This place was relatively remote and was only suitable for people to live in, but not for a shop. Compared to the shops on the road, Old Fartway's shop was really not ostentatious. He believed that the business would not be good. This old man has no friends. An old voice came from the blacksmith shop, followed by the sound of forging. You didn't before, but now you definitely do. His name is Zichen, and he specially came to find you. Quickly come out and take a look. Tangpu shouted towards the blacksmith shop, turned his head and said to Zichen, Zichen, don't go in, it's dirty and messy inside. After greeting Old Fartway, you can stay with us. Our place is clean and spacious. That's right, Zichen, this Old Fartway is good in every way, but he is too lazy. If he was more diligent, he wouldn't have to force himself to live. Xiang Xian said with a smile. Old man, quickly come out. Otherwise, I will smash your shop. The sound of forging suddenly stopped, and the old voice came out from the blacksmith shop again. Don't, this old man's shop. There is nothing valuable left. Zichen saw an old man wearing a coarse robe, who was not as sturdy as the other blacksmiths, come out from the blacksmith shop. After the other party appeared, his gaze fell on Zichen and said, You came to find me? Yes. Zichen nodded and was about to explain his purpose, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Old Fartway's voice. It was Old Fart John who asked you to come. Is he still alive? His old body is still very healthy. Zichen knew that Old Fart John was that old man, and his surname was John Wu. What did he ask you to come here for, to trade? Old Fart Wei sized up Zichen. He hoped that I would stay here to learn from you for a period of time. Oh, come with me then. Old Fart Wei did not speak much, and did not ask anything else. He turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop, and Zichen could only follow behind. Tang Pu passed the puppet snake to Zichen, and Zichen carried the bamboo basket and prepared to follow with the puppet snake. You are a puppet master? Old Fartway asked without turning his head. No, this is, without waiting for Zichen to say that it was for sale. Old Fartway interrupted him and said, If not, then deal with it. The room is too small and cannot hold these useless things. Zichen turned his head and looked at the few of them for help. Leave it to me, it's easy to deal with it. Tang Pu smiled at Zichen and volunteered to take it over. Zichen smiled gratefully and turned to enter the blacksmith shop. Entering the blacksmith shop, the first thing that entered his eyes were all black iron-grade ores, and occasionally he could see some iron ingots and a few semi-finished products. As for the real weapons, Zichen did not even see a single one. The room was low and there was not enough light. After entering, the furnace emitted a high temperature, causing the air to be filled with a dry feeling. Put the things there, and you will be in charge of forging in the future. Old Fart Wei pointed to an empty corner and said. Zichen put down the bamboo basket and then poured out all the black iron, revealing the holy black crystal wrapped in a coarse cloth at the bottom. After that, he untied the cloth, revealing the holy black crystal. In this dark room, there was suddenly a bright light, and it was so black that it was shining. The expressionless old Fart Wei, upon seeing the holy black crystal, revealed a look of surprise. Such a big piece of holy black crystal was very rare. He nodded and said, "It's not bad. Do you plan to sell it, or keep it for when you are familiar with it? To forge a weapon for yourself?" Zi-chan was hesitant, because he was not sure of the price of the holy black crystal. "Then keep it first. These black iron can still be used for a period of time." Looking at the hesitant Zi-chin, old Fart Wei had already decided for him. He looked at Zi-chin and said, "From now on you will stay here to forge and take care of your food and lodging. Don't worry about anything else, and when you are done you can leave. This old man will not force you. However, if you can't complete this old man's request, then take your things and get lost." "Many thanks to Senior for taking me in." Zi-chin cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. "Whether you thank me or not, we can talk about it later. Now, go and tell those people outside that you can't leave for a while and don't let them wait." "Yes." Zi-chin walked out of the blacksmith shop and told the four of them about the old man's arrangement. For a moment, the four of them were very disappointed. However, they did not force Zi-chin, and told Zi-chin that he could look for them when he was free. This should be able to exchange for 2 to 3 drops of Saint Origin liquid. Once it's done, I will give it to you. Tang Pu waved the puppet snake in his hand at Zi-chin and left with Xiang Xian and the rest. Chapter 2304. Clang! In the blacksmith shop, the heavy hammer fell, sparks flew, and a piece of black iron gradually changed shape. Clang! Clang! The clanging sound kept on ringing. It was very rhythmic and rhythmic. The one wielding the hammer was a young man, dressed in coarse hemp clothes, with delicate features and handsome features. On his forehead, sweat kept dripping down. He did not care about wiping the sweat off his forehead, and kept hammering the piece of black iron in front of him. Not far away, on an old and broken recliner, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Even in deep sleep, his mouth was still open, as if he was dreaming of something to be happy about. The young man who was hammering was naturally Zi-chin. He had been here for 10 days. In these 10 days, he did not leave the house and only hammered the iron all day. Beside him, there was already a small pile of iron ingots. The one on the recliner was old Fart Wei. Ever since Zi-chin came here, he had never hammered once, but every day he would talk. A few days ago, because Zi-chin used too much strength, he almost scolded Zi-chin to death. When he was awake, the old man was very strict and could always pick out all kinds of problems. And when he was asleep, the old man's mouth would be open, as if he was having a good dream. The clanging sound of the hammer was like a beautiful melody, bringing the old man into dreamland, and he was unwilling to wake up. Around lunchtime, the old man naturally woke up, seeing the pile of iron ingots in front of Zi-chin. He was stunned, but after covering up the surprise in his eyes, he frowned and said unhappily, "Why is the speed so slow? The efficiency is too low." He walked forward, casually picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed to a certain place and said, "The strength here is too light. This place is too heavy, and here." The old man picked up a piece of iron ingot and pointed out a few problems. Seeing Zi-chin constantly nodding his head, revealing an expression of humility, he reluctantly nodded his head. "You must be hungry again, right? If you can't finish your tasks every day, you won't be able to eat. I'm losing out big." After that, the old man muttered as usual and walked into the house. He was probably going to cook. After a whole morning of hammering, Zi-chin was already exhausted. At the same time, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. However, after hearing what the old man said earlier, he was too embarrassed to rest and could only continue hammering. It had to be said that during these 10 days, although the old man had constantly squeezed him dry, the growth of his power was also very obvious. Although he hadn't used extreme speed yet, Chen believed that his current speed was much faster than it had been 10 days ago. Here, a strong physical body was the foundation of everything. During the few days that Chen had been here, Xiangxian and the others had come to look for him once. After that, it was said that they were out on a mission, so he hadn't seen them since. Eat something. Old Fart Wei brought out a bowl of porridge and signaled to Chen to drink it. It had to be said that this simple bowl of porridge had a lot of energy and was able to sustain Chen's workload for half a day. On the 11th day, a group of people walked in from outside the town. If Chen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 4 of them. They were the 4 saints from the Huote clan who had saint-level physical bodies. They were following the new ability user and were late by 10 days. Chen didn't step out of his house and didn't pay attention to the outside world. After a few days, Xiangxian and the others came back and pulled Chen to drink. Looking at their slightly worried expressions, Chen could tell that they didn't have any harvest this time. Chen, don't just focus on hammering all day. It's completely useless. Only through constant fighting can one strengthen and improve one's abilities. At the table, Tang Pu tried to persuade Chen just like before. Chen laughed bitterly. Let's postpone this matter for now. Old Fart Wei still has a lot of missions to complete. Speaking of Old Fart Wei, Xiangxian's eyes were filled with resentment. Chen, don't be fooled by Old Fart Wei. He's treating you as a labor. Working for him day and night, he's squeezing you dry, and he's not even giving you a reward. Why don't you come with us to hunt for fake divine beasts? If you're lucky, you can get a drop of Saint Source liquid every time. Using Saint Source liquid to raise your strength is much faster than hammering. Xiangxian and the others had their eyes on Chen's fighting strength and wanted to rope him in. Chen also looked forward to hunting in the outside world. But once he thought of that strict old man, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Moreover, the growth of his strength was indeed very fast, unlike what the others had said about him being slow. Even after they finished drinking, Chen didn't agree to their request. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't tell Old Fart Wei. Yes, this is it. Use your strength here. Clang. Increase your strength. It's still too light. Clang. Clang. A new day, a new mission. Chen started hammering again. After Xiangxian and the others rested for a while, they went out to hunt fake divine beasts again. In these few days, Old Fart Wei didn't sleep, and instead gave Chen pointers on how to use his strength. According to the old man's pointers, Chen's hammering movements became more graceful, and his control of his strength became more adept. Old Fart Wei, who looked very strict, was actually very satisfied with this disciple of his. He was so satisfied that he would grin foolishly every time he slept. It could be seen that Chen made him very satisfied. But every time he woke up, he would become so strict, as he was worried that Chen would be too arrogant. In the path of smithing, talent was important, but hard work was even more important. For a month, Chen had been hammering the iron blocks. After a month, Chen began to refine weapons under the old man's supervision. In the past, Chen knew how to refine weapons and even knew many techniques that had been lost. However, those techniques all relied on energy to operate. Now that there was no energy, Chen's techniques could not be used, but his foundation was still there, so it was still easy to use. After scrapping 2 weapons, Chen, who had spent 3 days, finally created a decent weapon. It was a long blade, very sharp, and emitted black light. Not bad. For the first time in more than a month, the old man nodded his head, expressing his approval of Chen in his heart. This blade can be put out for sale. This shop can also be considered open. After staying here for such a long time, Chen had seen a few people come to look at weapons. Unfortunately, there were no decent weapons here, so there was no successful transaction. Chen once suspected that if this continued, the old man's surplus would be eaten up. In this way, Zichen successfully became a permanent worker in the blacksmith shop and began to forge weapons for sale. Gradually, the shop also had business, and the first transaction was completed. According to the old man's vague instructions, the weapons Zichen made would have a little flaw, and they would not look perfect. This was done on purpose in this dangerous place. Of course, only the two of them could see the flaw. Others who did not understand weapons would not be able to see it. The store's business gradually improved, and Zichen's weapon refining skills also became more and more adept. By the third month, Zichen's weapon refining skills had already gained some fame. The first weapons were bought as soon as they appeared, and later, before they were even made, they were already reserved in advance. With a bowl of porridge in the morning, noon, and night, Zichen's strength was also constantly increasing. Compared to 3 months ago, it had changed a lot. Regarding this, Zichen was even infatuated with this kind of increase in strength. If he was in the outside world now, he believed that in these 3 months his sacred-level physical body would have undergone a great change. Although he would not dare to say that it was comparable to a sacred weapon, it was definitely much stronger than before. Moreover, if he continued to grow like this, Zichen believed that one day his physical body would grow to a level comparable to a sacred weapon. At that time, he would be able to catch a sacred weapon with his bare hands. With the increase in strength, Zichen gradually felt some changes in his body. These changes seemed to be the signs of the emergence of abilities. For the people in this world, true abilities were actually the changes in the body. It was an ability that was derived from one's body. For example, Zichen's previous extreme speed ability was an extension of the cultivation method. It was not an ability that was derived from one's body. Just as Zichen was gradually falling in love with the feeling of this kind of increase in strength and the feeling of becoming fond of weapon forging, the old man suddenly stopped Zichen. "You've been here for a long time, and your understanding of weapon forging is very deep. It's time for you to go out and train." "Are you chasing me away?" Zichen looked at the old man in surprise. "I'm not chasing you away. I'm just letting you go out and train. The 4 of them came back a long time ago, but after knowing that the weapons you forged were very popular, they did not disturb you." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "With your skills, you can completely rely on yourself here. But I believe that this is not the main reason you came here. Go out with them and see some blood. Otherwise, after a long period of weapon forging, your courage will gradually wear away." Zichen was smart and quickly understood the old man's meaning. "Since you're already a weapon forging grandmaster, you can't be too shabby when you go out. I've put the new clothes in your room." After seeing Zichen put down his hammer and leave, old Fartway could not help but sigh and say, "Zichen, this old man really has no other choice. For the past 3 months, you've been using a drop of sacred origin, liquid, every 2 days. This old man's secret stash for many years has been emptied. Your strength is increasing, but your ability has not awakened. What you lack is not an increase in strength, but an instantaneous stimulation." Previously, Tang Pu and the rest had said that Zichen's strength would increase very slowly because of his forging. However, Zichen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt that his strength was increasing very quickly. In fact, he did not know that in the thin porridge he drank every day, there was a drop of diluted sacred origin liquid every 2 days. As time passed, Zichen's strength increased too quickly. A drop of sacred origin liquid every 2 days was no longer enough to sustain Zichen's consumption. With no other choice, old Fartway signaled Zichen to go out and train. Chapter 2305. You are Zichen. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Xiangxian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said in disbelief. The other 3's expressions were also exaggerated. "What? You don't recognize me after not seeing me for just over a month?" Zichen looked at the four of them and chuckled. On his back, he carried a sheathed long saber. His figure was slender, and with the smile on his face, he looked handsome and charming. Are you really Master Zichen? Tangpu's eyes were wide open. Although he had known Zichen for a long time, every time he saw Zichen, he was wearing coarse clothes with his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He was obviously handsome, but not like now. Zichen smiled but did not say anything. Xiang Xian stepped forward and pinched Zichen's face with her jade-like hands. She said with some infatuation, "Wow, Zichen, you are so handsome." Zichen took 2 steps back. He could not stand the other party's approach. "Zichen, why are you not refining weapons? Why are you looking for us?" After joking around, Xiao Qi looked at Zichen and said, sitting on the chair that Xiang Xian sat on before, Zichen said, "Old man Wei gave me a break, so I came to see if you guys wanted to go out. I can go with you." When they heard this, their faces immediately showed surprise. Xiang Xian stood beside Zichen and said, "The old man is really willing to let you go? I heard that you are now a master refiner. The weapons you refine are now in short supply. Now that the old man let you go, won't he lose a lot?" Zichen shrugged and said, "I don't know what he is thinking. In short, I am free now. Do you guys want to go out?" "Of course." Without waiting for the others to speak, Xiang Xian took the initiative and said, "Last time we met a 2-headed tiger and couldn't beat it. Since you are here, we will definitely be able to kill it this time. Have you prepared everything for the trip?" Zichen asked. "It's been prepared for a long time. After learning that you've become a master refiner, we thought that you wouldn't need it." Tangpu took the lead and walked into the room. After a while, he took out a package and put it on the table. Tangpu said, "There are night suits and some tricolored poison mist in there, in case we need to use it at a critical moment." Zichen opened the package. When he saw the 2 items, he said, "I'll keep these items for now, but I don't have sacred origin fluid to pay for them. When are we leaving?" "There's no time like the present. Let's do it now," Xiao Jin said. The group of 5 left Soi Town and headed towards the place Xiang Xian had mentioned. "Zichen, with you joining us this time, we'll definitely reap a lot of benefits," Tangpu said as he walked in front, while Black Bear followed behind him. In the previous battle, they had a clear understanding of Zichen's combat strength. Whether it was his strength or his speed, they were all very surprised. He believed that if everyone worked together this time, they would definitely reap a great harvest. Soon night fell. After eating some food, the 5 of them took out their night suits and changed into them. These clothes were made of special materials and were very effective against the natural enemies of the night, black ants and divine mosquitoes. The night wind was very strong. Amidst the whistling wind, Zichen could often see large numbers of divine mosquitoes and black ants flying past. The divine mosquitoes were a little better, as they had yet to display their terrifying killing power. However, wherever the black ants passed, tall and sturdy trees would turn to dust and disappear. After traveling in the night for 4 hours, Tangpu, who had already entered the black bear puppet's body, said in a low voice, "Zichen, that 2-headed tiger is in a cave in the mountain ahead. There's a cave inside. I'll go in and lure it out." Tangpu began to speed up, while Zichen's group of 4 slowed down. Xiao Qi instructed in a low voice, "Zichen, we'll make the first move later. You watch from the side. If that guy tries to escape, remember to stop him." Zichen nodded. In this cave, the sound of the wind was clearly weaker, and the divine mosquitoes and black ants would not come here. Stepping on the dirt mountain road, the 4 of them tried not to make any noise as they walked towards the cave. When they were still some distance away from the cave, the 4 of them stopped. Xiao Qi, Xiao Jin, and Xiang Xian surrounded the cave in a triangular formation, while Zichen stood relatively far away on guard. The sound of the wind gradually stopped, and no sound could be heard from the surroundings. The atmosphere was somewhat tense and oppressive. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from the cave. Immediately after, Zichun saw a black shadow rush out. That black shadow was Tang Pu, who was inside the puppet. Just as he reached the cave entrance, a two-headed tiger caught up to him and slapped the black bear's back with its paw. Bang! With a loud sound, Tang Pu's body flew forward and heavily smashed into a mound. Then, the two-headed tiger rushed out of the cave, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it went straight for Tang Pu. Go! Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin, after the appearance of the two-headed tiger, flew forward. Both of them held a long sword in their hands. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it flashed with a cold light in the dark night. With Zichen's eyesight, he could naturally see that these two weapons were made by old Fart Wei, and they were flawless. It could be seen that the old man was really good to these neighbors. The two people who rushed forward, with a tap of their feet, their bodies soared into the air, and the long sword in their hand stabbed towards the two-headed tiger's head. The two-headed tiger roared in midair, and its tiger claws stretched out in the air, wanting to slap the two swords down. At the same time, the mouths on the two heads opened, wanting to swallow the two people after slapping away their weapons. Looking at the situation in front of him, the two-headed tiger's strength was obviously stronger than the two brothers, and the two of them would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, they had cooperated for so long, Zichen believed that they would definitely have other methods, so he continued to stay at the side and did not make a move. Seeing that the tiger claws were about to land on the long sword, Xiang Xian, who had not moved all this time, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. It was a real light, not a reflection of light, but from Xiang Xian's eyes. The moment the light appeared, the two-headed tiger's movements clearly slowed down. The tiger claws that were supposed to hit the sword light also paused for a moment. The two sword lights brushed past the tiger claws and pierced the two-headed tiger's head. The two-headed tiger was in pain, and its body fell forward, exploding with an earth-shaking roar. Pung! The black shadow that Tang Pu transformed into fell from the sky, carrying a powerful force, and fiercely struck the two-headed tiger's head. With a loud tremor, the two-headed tiger's body flew more than 10 meters away. After Xiao Jin and Xiao Qi landed, they did not hesitate to charge forward with their swords, besieging the two-headed tiger. At this moment, the two-headed tiger had other wounds on its body, which seemed to have been left behind before. With the attacks of the two, new wounds were left behind. The two-headed tiger was in pain, constantly roaring. Looking at the battle, Zichen finally understood the fighting strength of the four people. Xiao Jin and Xiao Qi were mainly responsible for killing the enemy. Xiang Xian, who had an eye technique, was responsible for critical moments. Needless to say, Tang Pu, who had fused with the puppet, was naturally the role of a meat shield, the kind that could take a beating. The cooperation between the four of them was very tacit. If one person rashly joined in, it would disrupt the tacit cooperation. That was why Zichen was watching from the side. The last time they besieged the two-headed tiger, they did not kill it, which showed that the opponent was very powerful. It was the same this time. With close cooperation, they had the upper hand. However, as the two-headed tiger gradually adjusted from the sneak attack, the strength of a pseudo-divine beast was completely displayed. Pum! The tiger claws lifted and suddenly slapped down, and Tang Pu was directly sent flying. Immediately after, the two-headed tiger leaped up, and after dodging Xiao Qi's attack, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiao Jin. Xiang Xian's eyes flashed, and the two-headed tiger's movements slowed down. Xiao Jin blocked in front of him with the long sword in his hand, preventing the two-headed tiger from biting. But then the two-headed tiger's claws fell, and Xiao Jin was also sent flying. After landing, the two-headed tiger gave up on Tang Pu and went straight to Xiao Qi. Of course, it was intelligent. It knew how hard the shell on Tang Pu's body was, so it went directly to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi leaped up and the long sword in her hand stabbed at the two-headed tiger. The two-headed tiger's movements were very agile. It waved its tiger claws to block, and its whole body pressed Xiuqi under it. The two mouths on its two heads opened at the same time, biting at Xiuqi. "Get lost!" With an explosive shout, Tang Pu quickly came over and used his body to knock the two-headed tiger away, saving Xiuqi. But even so, there were still 3 bloody wounds on Xiuqi's face, which were caused by the tiger's teeth. Standing at the side, Xiang Xian, whose eyes were shining, was very nervous at this moment. With the strength of the 4 of them, it was very difficult to fight this two-headed tiger. This time it was because of Zichen's participation that they decided to eliminate it. But in today's battle, the strength displayed by the two-headed tiger was clearly stronger than last time. This made her feel very troubled. Xiao Jin, who was sent flying, also rushed up again. The 3 of them began to besiege the two-headed tiger, barely managing to control the situation. For a time, there were all kinds of chaotic fighting scenes. Xiang Xian, who was hiding at the side, occasionally gave some help to the 3 of them. Zichen stayed at a further place, watching the evenly matched battle here. He knew that if the battle continued, the 4 of them would not be able to defeat the two-headed tiger due to exhaustion. He tightened the scabbard on his back, preparing to find an opportunity to attack. Swoosh! The two-headed tiger, who was fighting, suddenly retreated a few steps, then exerted strength and leaped up, circling around the 3 of them. Not good, it's trying to escape. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they all shouted and rushed up. Something's wrong. This beast wants to attack Xiang Xian. Xiang Xian, quickly get out of the way. Xiuqi sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted. But it was too late. The two-headed tiger had already planned this attack. Moreover, Xiang Xian was not good at speed. Xiang Xian's eyes flashed. The two-headed tiger's body paused in midair for a moment and once again became faster. Using this move continuously, Xiang Xian's exhaustion was great. At this moment, the effect on the two-headed tiger was very limited. Chapter 2306. Xiang Xian's ability was her eye technique. Apart from that, her strength and defense were relatively weak. Facing the twin-headed tiger's attack, she had lost the initiative and could not even escape. Facing this attack, she could only close her eyes and wait for death to come. Pa! A soft sound suddenly rang out, and a strong wind blew Xiang Xian's long black hair into a mess. The expected death did not appear. When she opened her eyes, she saw the twin-headed tiger stop in front of her. A black scabbard was stuck in its bloody mouth. The handle of the scabbard was held by a slender and strong hand. The person who came was Zichen. At the crucial moment, he used the scabbard to block the twin-headed tiger's attack. One of the mouths was stuck in the scabbard, while the other could still attack. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Zichen. Shwa! Zichen pulled the broken scabbard out of the scabbard, and a black light flashed. Zichen held the broken scabbard tightly in his right hand. Blue veins bulged on the back of his hand as he chopped down. Pooh! The tough skull of the twin-headed tiger was cut open by Zichen's scabbard. A deep gash appeared, and the bones inside were separated from the middle. The twin-headed tiger was in pain, and its 2 heads started to move. The mouth that was biting the scabbard was unable to release the scabbard because it was using too much strength. As for biting the scabbard, that was obviously unrealistic. Zichen pulled out the broken scabbard stuck in the skull of the twin-headed tiger. As the twin-headed tiger whimpered in pain, he chopped down again. It was the same position as before. His attack was decisive, steady, and calm. Pooh! The broken scabbard penetrated the skull once more. Blood splattered on Zichen's body and face. At this moment, Zichen was standing beside Xiang Xian. Xiang Xian, who had just escaped death, stared blankly at the twin-headed tiger. One of its heads was stuck in the scabbard. Then Zichen pulled out the scabbard and chopped at the other head. Then he chopped again and again. In Xiangxian's eyes, Zichen's attack speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Every time the blade fell, it was exactly the same as the previous one, not even a millimeter off. As for the powerful two-headed tiger, it was unable to effectively counterattack or dodge Zichen's repeated slashes. Its head swayed left and right in pain, but Zichen was able to accurately pinpoint the point of attack during its swaying. Blood splattered onto Zichen's body, staining his night suit, his face, and even his eyes. In this dark night, Zichen looked somewhat evil and terrifying. Pooh! Finally, after slashing out 5 times, the head finally separated from the middle and died with its head hanging down. Roar! The other one finally let out a roar. As it roared, the scabbard flew out of its mouth. Having lost a head, the two-headed tiger did not die. It seemed to be even angrier. After turning around, it swung its claws at Zichen. On the side, Xiangxian reacted and her eyes flashed. However, she did not know if the two-headed tiger was too angry, but this attack was fast and ruthless. It directly ignored Xiangxian's eye technique attack and accurately hit Zichen's chest. Pa! With a loud bang, Zichen's clothes on his chest were torn, and his body flew backward. As he flew backward, he still held the broken blade in his hand tightly. His blood-stained eyes did not show any panic, but were instead filled with calmness. After sending Zichen flying, the remaining two-headed tiger ignored Xiangxian, who was close at hand. Its eyes were fixed on Zichen, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. It pounced on Zichen. Clang! Looking at the incoming two-headed tiger, Zichen blocked with his broken blade. With a loud clang, the broken blade collided with the tiger's claw. Zichen borrowed the force of the collision to retreat. His night clothes rubbed against the ground, leaving a deep mark. The retreating Zichen rolled and stood upright with his blade. Boom! At the place where he turned, the tiger's claw fell. Dirt flew everywhere, and a huge tremor resounded in the mountain. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in an instant. By the time Xiao Qi and the others reacted, the man and the tiger had already started fighting, and the scene was chaotic. The 3 people who rushed to Xiangxian did not know how to help. When they were fighting before, they were still some distance away from the two-headed tiger. After the 2 sides came into contact, they instantly separated, not daring to let it get close. Even Tang Pu, who had a mechanical puppet, did not dare to let the two-headed tiger get close to him. However, Zichen was fighting in close combat with the two-headed tiger. 1 man and 1 tiger constantly dodged and moved, leaving them no chance to intervene. Pum! The two-headed tiger's claw once again slammed into Zichen's chest. Zichen's robes instantly tore apart, and several deep wounds appeared on his chest. His body was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground. It was just like the first time he had encountered the two-headed tiger's attack. Roar! The two-headed tiger rushed forward like before. Its 2 claws pressed against Zichen's chest, and it opened its bloody maw to bite at Zichen. Facing this attack, Zichen's expression was calm. He did not panic at all. His right hand flipped over, and the broken blade stood upright. Using all of his strength, he stabbed the broken blade upwards. Puff! The broken blade stabbed into the two-headed tiger's jaw, and then with great difficulty, it drained a great deal of strength. The strength of Zichen's attack was constantly weakening. 1 man and 1 tiger both were going all out at this moment. If Zichen could not kill his opponent, then he would be bitten to death. Life and death were decided in an instant. A fishy smell assailed the nostrils. The tiger's mouth stopped a few millimeters away from Zichen. Blood, dripped down the broken blade and fell on Zi-Chen's body. The broken blade pierced through the two-headed tiger's head from its jaw, completely penetrating its brain. The moment before Zi-Chen was bitten, the broken blade extinguished the two-headed tiger's life force. This scene happened too fast, so fast that it was far beyond anyone's expectations. The 4 people who were standing to the side did not know how to help. They were still in a state of helplessness, but when they suddenly saw that the battle was over, they were all stunned. Their expressions were very shocked. After a moment, Zi-Chen's weak voice came from under the two-headed tiger's body. I said, "If you don't come help, I will be crushed to death." Zi-Chen's voice woke the 4 people up. They hurried forward. Among them, Tang Pu took a step forward and directly lifted the two-headed tiger up, revealing Zi-Chen's blood-soaked body. "How are you?" At this moment, Zi-Chen looked very miserable. Xiao-Qi leaned over and stretched out his hand. Zi-Chen pretended to pull his hand. The night clothes on his body were broken in many places, and the wound on his chest looked particularly ferocious even in the dark. After getting up, Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal, but I'm afraid this night clothes can't be used." When Xiao Jin heard Zi-Chen's confident words, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "These are all small matters. As long as he's fine, it's fine." Xiang Xian came over and looked at Zi-Chen with a rare expression. She said in a low voice, "Zi-Chen, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, this time I—" Zi-Chen interrupted Xiang Xian's words and said casually, "Don't be so polite. We are all on a mission together, so we should help each other. But Xiang Xian, your ability surprised me." After wiping the blood off his face, Zi-Chen sat down next to her. The previous battle seemed to have happened very quickly, but in this short battle, Zi-Chen had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was very tired. However, the growth he had made during this period of forging was perfectly displayed through this battle. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had all increased by a lot. He was even stronger than the puppet black bear controlled by Tang Pu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy one of the two-headed tiger's heads so easily. "Zi-Chen, your scabbard." Xiang Xian walked over from the side, holding the scabbard that had just flown out. Looking at the scabbard that was still intact, she asked curiously, "What material is this scabbard made of? Is it sacred black crystal? It's actually so tough." Just now, the two-headed tiger had been constantly biting the scabbard, but it hadn't been able to leave any marks on the scabbard. Compared to Xiao Jin and the others' weapons, the quality of the scabbard was much better. This was because their weapons were either chipped or cracked. The damage was very serious. "I got it by accident. I don't know what it was made of." Zi-Chen took the scabbard and smiled. The origin of the broken sword was extraordinary. It should be one of the strongest holy weapons on this life star. He had concealed it from Xiang Xian. In fact, the main reason was that Xiang Xian had just mentioned it. If he had to explain it, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly in a few sentences. Thus, he just said it casually, and Xiang Xian didn't ask him. "I haven't been here for a month, but this two-headed tiger has become even stronger. Luckily, Zi-Chen came with us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died here." Xiao Jin, who was guarding Zi-Chen from the side, felt his heart palpitate as he recalled the previous battle. It's true. According to the fighting competence of the two-headed tiger, I'm afraid it's equal to a second-level pseudo-divine beast. This time we miscalculated. We didn't check carefully and neglected the fact that the two-headed tiger had suddenly leveled up. Xiaoqi walked over from not far away, sighing. They felt lucky that Zi-Chen had come this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only Xiang Xian would have been in danger, but the 3 of them also wouldn't have been able to escape death. Tang Pu's mechanical puppet carried the two-headed tiger, walking towards them. The battle was over, so they should leave. Zi-Chen, who was resting on the ground and applying healing medicine to his wounds, suddenly lifted his head. His calm eyes were filled with coldness as he said in a low-pitched voice, "Don't hide. Come out." Chapter 2307. Following Zi Chen's gaze, the four of them did not see anyone else, and their expressions were slightly stunned. However, after seeing Zi Chen's serious expression, their expressions suddenly changed, and when they looked in that direction again, they were full of vigilance. The four of them quickly moved and protected Zi Chen. In such a dark night, it seemed that it was difficult to find traces of other people, and the possibility of the previous battle attracting others was not very high. However, the possibility of attracting other pseudo-divine beasts was very high, and under normal circumstances, such pseudo-divine beasts were very powerful existences. The four of them no longer looked in that direction, but were on guard. This kind of situation had happened many times in their hunter career, and every time there would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, this time their losses were not too great, and they should be able to deal with unexpected situations. Zi Chen did not know what the four of them were thinking, nor did he have the time to care. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on a certain place, just like when he sensed the green snake that bit Huate Tangmi. Zi Chen was certain that there was someone there, definitely a person. "Since you're here, come out. Could it be a scoundrel who can't see the light?" Zi Chen spoke again, his words cold. Xiao Qi turned to look at Zi Chen, ready to stop him and tell him that this situation was not necessarily a human. However, after seeing Zi Chen's determined eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and in his heart he had absolute trust in Zi Chen at this moment. A somewhat cold laugh suddenly sounded in the dark night, and it was in the direction Zi Chen was looking. A black shadow flashed there, and a figure wearing night clothes appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "You're quite vigilant." A man's voice came from the mouth of the black shadow, and the black shadow walked over. And behind the black shadow, there was still a shadow flashing. "It's you, Longmin." The moment she heard this voice, Xiang Xian's expression changed, and she cried out in alarm. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin's expressions also became very ugly. Tang Pu was hiding in the mechanical black bear, so no one could see the change in his expression, but it was not good. "You know each other?" Zi Chen frowned. This was somewhat different from some of his guesses. To be able to recognize the other party just by hearing his voice, it was clear that the two of them were very familiar with one another. There were two types of situations. One was a friend, and the other was an enemy or a potential enemy. In Sowi Town, it's hard not to know him. We're in trouble. This guy is a level 2 hunter. Xiao Qi smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Level 2 hunter? Hunters have different levels?" Zi Chen asked in surprise. "Hunters have different strengths and weaknesses because of their abilities. Take the four of us, for example. We are the best of the best among the first-level hunters, but there is still a gap between us and the second-level hunters." Xiao Qi continued to speak in a low voice. A level 2 hunter's ability is equivalent to a second transformation. It's very powerful. In the entire Hui town, there were no more than 10 level 2 hunters, and the one in front of us is Longmin, who excels in strength. His combat power and defense are both ridiculously strong. "How strong?" Zi Chen asked. "He can kill the 2-headed tiger with his bare hands by himself." Hearing Xiao Qi's explanation, Zi Chen realized that he knew too little about the ability users in this world. His understanding of this mysterious world was still too low. "You guys have a grudge?" Judging from the four's reaction, the relationship between the two parties was not good, so Zi Chen asked. "Actually, it's not much of a grudge. He created a force and wanted to invite the four of us to join, but we didn't agree. The reason why we rejected him was because of himself. Other than that, he had some thoughts about Xiangxian. He once had bad intentions. In a world where life and death were determined by fate, Such a reason was enough to trigger a grudge. It was reasonable for the four of them to be so nervous and fearful. A level 2 hunter was obviously much stronger than the four of them. Moreover, the other party did not come alone. There were some people following behind him. It could be said that they did not come with good intentions. As expected of a level 4 demon hunter, you can even kill a level 2 two-headed tiger. Unfortunately, we've been eyeing it for a long time. I didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. The black shadow stopped a dozen meters away from the four of them. Behind him there were shadows. It was the other people who were closing in on them. If you want this two-headed tiger, I'll give it to you. Xiao-Qi looked at the figure still shrouded in night clothes and said, Hee, you're generous. With a chuckle, Longman took off his night suit, revealing a face that still made people feel very gloomy even in the dark night. Longman, we've always minded our own business. What do you want today? Tang Pu took a step forward, his huge body blocking in front of Xiao-Qi. Longman glanced at Tang Pu. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and said, You stupid bear, what right do you have to stand in front of me and talk? You. Tang Pu's eyes flashed with cold light. If you want to die, I can accompany you at any time. Just look at the bear skin you're wearing now. I guarantee that I'll break it with one hit. Longman said coldly. Xiao-Qi pulled Tang Pu's arm, indicating for him to step back. He looked at Longman and said, What do you want? As expected of the person I thought highly of. Speaking of which, if you guys followed me and had my resources, the four of you should have advanced to level 2 long ago, right? It's a pity that such good talent is wasted just like that. Longman turned his head and looked at Xiang Xian. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he said, Xiang Xian, it's a wrong choice for you to follow them. At this moment, Zi Chen looked at Xiang Xian's side profile and could see the anger on her face. However, Xiang Xian didn't get angry. From this, it could be seen that she was really afraid of Longman. At the same time, it also proved Longman's strength. Longman, I don't think we have any grudges. Usually when we see your people, the four of us will take a detour. If you're really here for the two-headed tiger, then we'll give it to you. Xiao-Qi looked at Longman, who didn't answer the question, and said, If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Longman chuckled and said, Do you think it's possible to leave? Then what do you want? When the four of them heard this, their hearts clearly tightened. At the same time, they took a step back. At this time, they still didn't forget to protect the injured Zichen behind them. We were going to kill the two-headed tiger, but we didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. Today, we'll take the two-headed tiger away, but you guys have to make a choice. What choice? A choice between life and death. Join us and become a member of our Longman team. Death or rejection? We'll fight to the death today. Longman's words were cold and firm. His meaning was very clear. There were only two choices today, and one of them had to be made. The four of them looked at each other. They all knew what kind of person Longman was. If they could join his team, they would have done so long ago. However, this person was not worthy of their trust. There was a cold glint in Longman's eyes. The flashing shadows were approaching and had already surrounded the five of them. From the looks of it, they would die if they didn't choose. Xiao-Qi turned to look at them, and then looked at Zichen. She seemed to be in a difficult position. I'll join you. Let them go. Xiang Xian, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. Xiang Xian, you? Xiao-Qi and the others turned to look at Xiang Xian in shock. Xiang Xian pursed her lips and didn't speak. She stared at Longman with firm eyes, waiting for his reply. Xiang Xian, if you want to join us, of course we welcome you. But I'm sorry, all of you have to choose today. Either live or die. Longman stared into Xiang Xian's eyes and said, Of course, you can also choose to live and die with them. However, I can't bear to kill you. If you make the wrong choice, I'll make you suffer more. Zichen, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up. The wound on his chest had been smeared with medicine, and the injury was slowly recovering. After standing up, he glanced around and his gaze finally fell on Longman. The latter was standing there proudly. His expression seemed to be telling everyone that they had become turtles in a jar. However, no matter how disdainful and calm the other party's expression was, it was still difficult to hide the murderous intent in his heart. Just when the four of them didn't know what to do, Zichen suddenly spoke. Then let's cut the crap and have a battle of life and death. This time, not only was Longman's expression stunned, even Xiao-Qi and the others looked at Zichen in astonishment. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Longman looked at Zichen and said with dissatisfaction, a cold light flashing in his gloomy eyes, You're hiding in the dark, like a turtle. How can you not know who I am? After watching the battle just now, do you think I have the right to speak to you? Zichen responded, sarcastically. How dare you? Longman shouted angrily. His eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. Don't act in front of me. Your target is only me. I'll stay, they'll leave. Under the stunned expressions of the others, Zichen said indifferently, or your original intention was to silence them to prevent the news from leaking. Zichen, what's going on? You don't know Longman, right? Why does he want to kill you? Xiangxian and the others looked at Zichen in confusion. I really don't know him. But why does he want to kill me? Only he knows. Zichen said to the gloomy Longman, If your target is only me, then let them go. How can you tell? Longman looked at Zichen and asked, Is it difficult? There's no deep hatred between you. As for the excuse of the double-headed tiger, it's too forced. You insist on letting the four of them make the choice of life and death because you're worried that we'll join forces. I believe that your intention is to silence them, and your ultimate goal will be to kill everyone, even including Xiangxian. The expressions of the four changed again, but Longman smiled coldly and said, You're smart. In this case, it seems that I wasn't too cautious when I was so careful against you. You're courting death. Chapter 2308. In just a few words, Zichen had pointed out this matter, and Longman's straightforward agreement caught the four of them off guard. Unlike Zichen, the four of them had lived in Soe Town for a long time, so they were very clear about Longman's methods. If the other party was really here to kill today, then no one would be able to leave alive. They had all witnessed Longman's strength, which was also the reason why they usually didn't interact with Longman and his team. Usually they would avoid him if they could, but today they couldn't avoid him. Facing the pressure of life and death brought by such a powerhouse, they would either be crushed by the pressure or explode under the pressure. For the current Tang Pu, the latter situation had clearly occurred to him. He had erupted. This eruption came a little too quickly, or rather, it was a little too quickly. There was no warning at all. Under this pressure, he simply didn't want to be killed by Longman. It could be said that his impulse had drowned out his rationality. Therefore, he directly rushed towards Longman. When his strong body moved forward, it brought with it a strong wind, which showed the speed of this attack. As he moved forward, his claws slapped towards Longman's head with a whistling sound. This was power. Tang Pu! Xiao-Qi and the others obviously didn't expect Tang Pu's sudden strength. They only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Tang Pu was already in front of Longman. Longman stood there and didn't dodge. Instead, he looked at the attack with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a disdainful sneer appeared. A strong wind whistled, and just as the claw was about to tear his head apart, Longman took a step to the side. After dodging the attack, he slapped Tang Pu's chest with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, Tang Pu's body trembled, and all the power he used to move forward was dissolved. Then, a huge force sent his body flying backwards. As he flew backwards, objects fell from the sky one after another, making crackling sounds. Xiao-Qi and Xiao-Jin worked together to block the flying Tang Pu. When they put him on the ground, the mechanical bear on his body had completely fallen apart, and a pale Tang Pu appeared from it. Pu! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out, and Tang Pu's aura clearly became weak. With just one palm, he destroyed the mechanical bear and injured Tang Pu. It was hard to imagine if Longman would have killed Tang Pu with a single slap without the mechanical black bear. Zichen clearly saw the scene, and his expression gradually became solemn. He didn't know much about Longman, and he didn't know how powerful a level 2 hunter was. However, that palm strike made him realize how powerful Longman was, and the gap between them. If it had been him, Zichen would have been able to do the same thing with his extreme speed. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the mechanical golem with a single palm strike. Furthermore, he still needed to use his extreme speed. However, the other party simply dodged and achieved the effect of his extreme speed. Then, with a simple palm strike, the mechanical puppet was destroyed. Zichen knew that he couldn't do that. Not only was there a gap between the two of them, but it was also not small. Zichen looked at Longman, who was also looking at Zichen. Neither of them said a word. Just as the corner of Longman's mouth curled into a mocking smile, Zichen unsheathed the broken saber in his hand and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, Zichen's speed became faster and faster. When he was in front of Longman, his speed was almost at its limit. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the broken saber slashed directly at Longman's head. Longman stood still, but his right hand instantly reached forward to grab Zichen's wrist that was wielding the saber. Swoosh! Just as Longman's hand was about to touch Zichen's wrist, Zichen's wrist instantly turned and cleverly avoided the grab. Then the broken saber slashed horizontally at Longman's abdomen. Longman's hand was like a snake, changing direction in midair and grabbing Zichen's wrist again. The two of them kept changing the direction of their attacks in such a short distance. There were several brief exchanges during this period, but they were all separated as soon as they made contact. Swoosh! After a few exchanges, Zichen's figure flashed and appeared on Longman's side without warning. The broken saber in his hand directly swept toward the opponent's neck. Longman cleverly took half a step back and turned his body with the help of the force. His palm touched the broken saber, causing the saber to change direction. This blow had the meaning of using four tails to overcome 1,000 caddies, causing Zichen's figure to stagger a little. Swoosh! Before his body was completely weightless, Zichen began the second flash. He changed direction again and took the initiative to attack after changing direction. There was no more verbal communication between the two of them. There was only the constant confrontation between the palm and the blade. Xiao-Qi and the other three looked at the field in a daze. Zichen, who seemed to be on par with Longman for the time being, was full of shock. They never thought that Zichen would have such a means. Without Longman's order, those people had been hiding in the dark and did not attack the four of them. They were also looking at the two of them fighting at the moment. Their eyes revealed surprise at Zichen's combat strength at the moment. Swoosh! 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 Zichen's figure flashed 9 times in a row, perfectly displaying the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts. The last few changes of his figure made Zichen look like a black shadow wandering around Longman. With the last flash, Zichen's figure appeared 3 meters away. His figure paused there, with his back facing Longman. The broken saber was raised to the sky, and a piece of torn black cloth fell along the blade. This was the greatest damage Zichen could do to Longman after using the 9 passing thunderbolts, but it only tore the corner of the opponent's night clothes. Sweat dripped down from his forehead, wetting the previous wound, and waves of stinging pain spread out. The other people around, after seeing the corner of the clothes that fell to the ground, showed shock on their faces. To be able to make Longman suffer such a loss in a single exchange, this was obviously inconceivable. Xiao Qi and the other three also widened their eyes. They, who were originally in despair, seemed to have seen the hope of defeating Longman at this moment. After personally fighting with Longman, Zichen had a clear understanding of the strength of a level 2 hunter. He also had a clear understanding of Longman's strength. Without knowing his background, the opponent blocked the attack of his broken saber with a pair of bare hands, and at the same time dodged his extremely fast attack with the help of the 9 passing thunderbolts. This was already very impressive. In this exchange, Zichen seemed to have the upper hand, but in fact, Zichen knew very well that if he could not kill the opponent, he would lose. Next, when facing Longman, he would lose all the initiative and opportunities. Not bad speed. Is this your awakened ability? Longman lowered his head and glanced at the torn corner of his clothes and said indifferently, "Your speed performance is over. Shouldn't it be time to see my speed?" With that, Longman turned around and rushed toward Zichen, whose back was facing him. As he rushed forward, his figure changed, leaving after images in place. His speed was very fast, at least not slower than Zichen's previous speed. Zichen's feet flashed, and the 9 passing thunderbolts appeared again. "You're too slow." However, just as the first flash appeared, Longman's voice sounded in his ears, followed by an attack that went straight for Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed again. Facing such an attack, he could not block it at all when he lost the initiative. If he rashly collided with such an attack without a defense like Tang Pu's, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. His figure kept flashing, and in the eyes of the people in the distance, it was like a ray of light flying. And in that ray of light, Longman had already split into dozens of clones, constantly colliding with this ray of light. The 9 passing thunderbolts was known as the ultimate 9 flashes. After flashing 9 times, there would be a pause. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate 9 flashes could kill all the speed users of the same level. But now, in the case of the difference in speed between the 2 sides, the ultimate 9 flashes could only save Zichen's life. Pa! At the last flash, Zichen's figure was finally blocked by Longman, who hit Zichen with a palm. Zichen dodged in an instant, but a small part of the power still fell on his shoulder. His body flew backward, and during that time, he could hear the sound of his bones breaking. The sound rang twice, and Zichen guessed that 2 of his ribs were broken. He coughed up blood in midair, and after his body landed, he took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. After stabilizing his body, Zichen covered his shoulder with his left hand and held the broken blade in his right hand tightly. As for the scabbard, he had long since lost it. The result of this confrontation was obvious. The hope in the eyes of Xiao Qi and the others was shattered. Looking at Zichen, who was coughing up blood, their faces were full of worry, and they were about to step forward. Zichen held the broken blade in his hand and said, "Don't come over, I'm fine." The 4 of them stopped and looked at Zichen worriedly. The corner of Longman's mouth twitched, and in the end he sneered, "If you hadn't fought with the 2-headed tiger earlier, with your extreme speed, you would indeed be qualified to fight me. Unfortunately, you were injured earlier, and your speed is much slower than mine." Looking at Longman's expression of shaking his head, it could be seen that Longman was implying that he had no chance. "I still want to try again." Zichen's figure slowly straightened up, and he put down his left hand. He didn't even frown when he felt the stinging pain in his body. He pointed the broken blade at Longman in front of him, and only Longman was in his eyes. A blazing light burst out from his eyes, and that was his desire for battle. Zichen's fighting spirit at this moment surprised Longman. This kind of belligerent person was very dangerous in this world, especially belligerent people who didn't have much ability. Because in this world there were miracles. Perhaps in a moment of crisis, some kind of miracle would erupt. Longman didn't want to give the other party such a chance, and he didn't want any accidents to happen. Therefore, when he saw Zichen's fighting spirit rising, he smiled disdainfully, then gently waved his hand and said, "Kill him!" The only way to put an end to this situation was to hack the other party to death while besieging. The Black Shadows that had been waiting for a long time immediately abandoned the four of them and rushed toward Zichen. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.